Morning, colleagues. Good morning, everyone. I hereby call the Board of Governors meeting to order on this Monday, May 20th, 2024. Before we commence, I will ask Christina to provide a brief overview of the meeting procedures and protocols.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us for the May 2024 Board of Governors meeting. To access the meeting agenda, please visit our website at www.cccco.edu and go to the About Us tab drop-down menu. Select Board of Governors, then Meeting Schedule, Minutes, and Agenda, and click on the blue Agenda hyperlink. Members of the public wishing to comment on a specific agenda item or during the public forum may do so one of two ways. In-person attendees must complete and submit a comment card request, which is available at the board liaison table. Virtual attendees shall use the raise hand feature. If you are calling into the meeting, press *9. Following each item, individuals will have the opportunity to address the board in the order in which they were received. We will begin with in-person public comments, followed by virtual public comments. As a reminder, closed caption is available. Click the CC icon at the bottom of the screen, label closed caption to read live captioning. This concludes my announcements. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With that, can you please call the roll?
Amy Costa.
Present.
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Present.
Adrian Brown.
Present.
Casey Chang.
Present.
Tom Epstein.
Here.
Felicia Escobar Carrillo. Nan Gomez Heitzberg. Pamela Haynes.
Here.
Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis.
Present.
Harry Legrand.
Here.
Paul Medina.
Here.
Jennifer Perry.
Here.
Bill Rawlings.
Present.
Mary Salas. Blas Villalobos. Syrian Villavicencio.
Here.
Joseph Williams. Quorum is established.
Did you note that the Lieutenant Governor is present, Christina? Thank you. With that, I'd like to ask our colleague, Board Member Chang, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you so much. We're going to recess briefly to go into closed session. We estimate it'll last about 30 minutes and then we will reconvene at that time. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are back from closed session. In our closed session, the board reviewed the chancellor's performance. That's the only reportable item coming out of our closed session. Next up, we go to our standing orders of business, and I have my president's report. Per always, I will keep it very, very brief. We are running a little bit behind. I did just want to note a couple of things. First of all, and our staff will talk about it a little bit later. Obviously, the May revise came out, and we are so incredibly grateful to the administration and the governor's office. Given extremely difficult budget environment, community colleges were kept whole, including actually beyond whole with a little bit of a COLA. Which is really imperative given that our community colleges often see increases during kind of tough recessionary environments. The people who are looking to come and be retrained really come to community colleges. So obviously there's more conversation to be had amongst the policymakers, but really want to just thank the administration for recognizing the value that community colleges bring. The other personal topic is, as you know, this is around the time of year where I engage in the dual enrollment process for my son, Sam. I want to thank Mario Orozco with Chabot Las Positas, who helps me every year when I get stuck. Several of my mom friends who have college students who are attempting to take a summer course at their community colleges also express dismay our application system. So I'm looking forward to us continuing that, because really what struck me is how ironic that is the open access institution, our application process is such a barrier. I mean, really, it's very difficult for us to call ourselves an open access when people have so much difficulty navigating how to even get in. And even then, you know, I make it through, I get the counselor to sign it, and then I can't find the class because our application system is like dealing with Atari. And if you don't know what that is, be thankful because it means you're not old like me. But the interface is very antiquated and I think probably difficult for most of our students to navigate. And we just simply need to make it easier. And then lastly, I did want to just take a moment to note it is one of our board members, our student trustee Medina's last meeting. I'll give everybody an opportunity during the board member comments to share their well wishes, but I did want to just take a moment to thank him for his service on the board. We've often talked about that he is an adult learner and I think a very powerful voice for community college students in general and for the system, talking about his, I wouldn't say it's a unique experience. I think it's unique that we talk about it. For as long as I've known, actually, the adult learner has been the core student of community colleges, but more recently we've talked about it. Paul is a great advocate for the system, always keeping students front and center. And so his voice will definitely be missed on this board. But I also know at this point, I think I've served with about 5 student trustees. They've all gone on to do amazing things. And I certainly know that you will as well. But thank you so much for your service, Paul. We really appreciate it. And I would like to just pause so that we can present you with a certificate and take a photo. And then colleagues, I'm sure each of you will want to wish him well too. We'll do that during the board member comments at the end of the meeting. Thank you. We'll do a full board picture at the end. With that, I'll turn it over to our chancellor for her report.
Well, I too wanted to recognize Paul. You know, it was wonderful having you, Paul, on the board during my first year as chancellor. In all my visits, and there were many of them across the state with Vision 2030 and visiting colleges, Paul made the time to be there and always made sure that I got to meet with the students and heard, you know, the stories of the students on that particular campus. And the other thing, when you look at my sort of my board reports, my weekly board reports, and you wonder where I got all those photographs, it's typically Paul who takes the pictures and then gets those over to me. So let's go ahead and just give Paul Medina a round of applause. Okay, so starting my report with the May revise on May 10th, Governor Newsom released his revised budget proposal, which includes spending reductions for many state services, but largely protects the California community colleges. Let me get the bad news out of the way and then focus on the better news. The May budget revision includes an 8% reduction for all state agency operations budgets, including ours. Our office is quite short-staffed as it is, and we are moving a big agenda. The cut to our office would be the equivalent to about 34 classified positions. Now for the better news, we are grateful that the governor has protected our core funding. The proposed budget revisions provides a 1.07% COLA adjustment for colleges and moves ahead with the full implementation of the student-centered funding formula. We are glad that the governor's budget maintains a $60 million investment in growing community college nursing programs, and it maintains the state's commitment to affordable student housing. There are investments in 4 important Vision 2030 projects that support the governor's career education master plan. Support for the Common Cloud Data Platform demonstration project, funding for e-transcripts initiative to meet the goals set forth in the Cradle to Career Data Project, resources to expand credit for prior learning, which gives students a jump start on completing their degree and entering the workforce, and investment to support our low-income domestic care workers. As the governor and legislature continue the budget deliberations, let's stay focused and aligned in our advocacy efforts. So moving to enrollments, I received a delightful email on Friday from Dr. John Hetz, our Executive Vice Chancellor of Research, with finalized enrollment numbers for fall 2023. So you might be wondering, we're in May 2024, and we're finalizing numbers for fall 2023. This is because we have localized data systems, and by the time the reporting happens, we have a lag time of 5 months, which brings about an additional reason why the Common Cloud platform is extremely important. Fall 2023 over fall 2022, we see an 8.4% increase as shown in the line graph on the slide. So we are projecting to end the year with over 2 million students. When you look at the number 116,000 that I've called out in red, that is the gap that we need to close if we want to make it to the 2019-20 pre-pandemic numbers. I predict that we will reach our pre-pandemic head count as early as 2024-25, that's next year, and potentially exceed it the following year. Moving to the next slide, our Black student enrollments increased by 9.5%. So we saw close to a 10,000 student increase. Programs like the Umoja program have helped with this enrollment recovery with an additional 7,600 students. Again, you can see in the slide, I'm calling that number out in red. We will be at pre-pandemic levels. I also wanted to call out in the next slide, the enrollments for our Hispanic students. You can see here that we have an 8.8% increase, and we're almost up to our pre-pandemic levels. If you go into the report from Dr. Hetz, we have disaggregated data for various populations of foster youth, rising scholars, but I just wanted a few to just show how we are doing. My last slide, which is the dual enrollment, shows that this is where we saw a significant increase of 21.5% in our numbers, and our colleges are working towards accomplishing the governor's goal of completing at least 12 college credits by the time high school students graduate high school. In the next slide, I just wanted to highlight that we celebrate as California Community Colleges various different aspects of our communities. So It's been an especially busy time with a number of conferences, summits, and recognitions intended to lift up populations within our community college system and our diverse state. It allows for the celebration and acknowledgement of the unique histories, cultures, and experiences of various communities. One of the groups that we celebrate in the month of May is our foster youth. I met with our Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs, Rebecca Ruan O'Shaughnessy, and with Mia Keeley and Thalia Marroquin, all the team that focuses on our foster youth and the Next Up program. And by the way, we have fantastic staff supporting foster youth. And in fact, we have fantastic staff across the California, across our office, small but mighty team really committed to advancing Vision 2030. So foster youth are disproportionately impacted by poverty, housing insecurity, and homelessness. Which often leads towards lower academic performance, lower credit enrollment, and subsequently ineligible for student aid. The Next Up program provides crucial academic support, financial resources, and social services to current and former California foster youth. Next Up originally started at 46 of our colleges, and thanks to an increase in the state budget, last year we are now expanding to all of our colleges. Last year, the program served more than 3,000 students. Now think about this, okay? There are 60,000 foster youth in California, and out of the 60,000, 11,000 between the ages of 16 and 21. So you can see with the numbers, 11,000, and right now our enrollments are at 3,000. So the untapped opportunity to serve foster youth is significant, and we're going to be doubling down going into 2024-25. The next slide is a fun one. We were at the Giants-Dodgers game, and happy that board member Epstein and board member LeGrand joined us in San Francisco on Monday for California Community Colleges Night at the Giants-Dodgers game, sponsored by the I Can Go to College campaign. One of our students, Malia Venegas from San Jose City College, threw the first pitch. Venegas is a 4.0 student and a softball standout player who is transferring to San Jose State University. In the picture that you see on my slide, Malia is in action right before she delivered an overhand pitch to the catcher behind the plate. Her smile lit up the big screen over the center field, and the crowd absolutely loved her. And I'd like to conclude my comments with the Elevate Educate podcast, which I'm very proud of. And this month marks the 70th anniversary of the Brown versus Board of Education decision and its legacy. And it's the focus of a special two-part Educate Elevate podcast. The California Community Colleges launched the Educate Elevate podcast on January 30th to share stories and inspiration from California Community College students, alumni, and administrators. The host of the show is Danny Morrison. In this particular episode, we had a special guest host, Abdulmalik Bull, who is a visiting executive at the Chancellor's office. Dr. Bull moderated a powerful discussion with California's Secretary of State, Shirley Weber, Luke Wood, who's the president of California State University, Sacramento, Adam Clark, the president of the California Association of African American Superintendents and Administrators, Ed Bush, president of Casumnas College and co-founder of Amend, and our very own Pamela Haynes. I'm so proud of the Educate Elevate podcast. I'm so proud of this particular episode. I hope that all of you who are tuning in and all of you here for our meeting, that you find the time to share this podcast widely. With that, President Costa, I conclude my remarks.
Thank you so much. I know Board Member Perry wanted to make a brief comment.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank you, Chancellor, for highlighting foster youth and the lifeline that the community college has provided them during National Foster Care Awareness Month. And I just want to thank you and the staff for recognizing that really the community colleges have the opportunity to provide youth who are aging out of foster care with an educational home. And expanding the supports and the efforts to do that is really meaningful and impactful work. And I see it all the time when I work with the youth who are transitioning out of care and they've enrolled in community colleges and they're finding their footing and their future. So really appreciate the focus and the work on the part of you and the staff.
Great. Thank you so much for your comments. Next up, we have our consent calendar. We have items 3.1 and 3.2, colleagues. Are there any comments from the board? Seeing none, is there any public comment on the item?
The consent calendar is now open for public comment. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand feature. Press *9 if you are calling in. President Costa, we have not received any in-person remarks and no hands are raised at this time.
Great. With that, I'll entertain a motion in a second.
So moved.
Second.
All right. With that, can you please call the roll?
Hildegard Aguinaldo,
Aye.
Adrian Brown,
Aye.
Casey Chang,
Aye.
Amy Costa,
Aye.
Tom Epstein,
Aye.
Felicia Escobar Carrillo,
Aye.
Nan Gomez Heitzberg,
Aye.
Pamela Haynes,
Aye.
Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kunalakis.
Aye.
Harry LeGrand,
Aye.
Paul Medina,
Aye.
Jennifer Perry,
Aye.
Bill Rawlings,
Aye.
Mary Salas,
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
The motion carries.
Great. Thank you so much. I think we have Board Member Escobar Carrillo in attendance. Did you call her in the roll?
Yes, she's online. She voted aye.
Okay, perfect. Just wanted to make sure we got that. Next up, we're in the action section of the agenda, section number 4. First up, we have item 4.1, approval of contracts and grants. The materials were provided in the agenda. Colleagues, do you have any questions or comments for our general counsel on this item? Board Member Epstein.
Yeah, I have my usual collection of annoying questions for the contracts because I actually read these things. And, you know, some of you with jobs probably don't have time to do that, but I do. Just on contract number 3, the course exchange, I was just curious. What? Oh, really? How does that fit into the CVC? The online education initiative? I wasn't quite sure if that was part of it or separate from it, or.
My understanding is that is part of it. Do we have a vice chancellor here? Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Member Epstein. I hear there's a bit of an echo. Okay. I believe your question was about the connection between that contract and then the broader vision to implement, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So these are Prop $98 that flow. Typically, they go to one of our districts. There are 2 set of contracts that typically come to you in May and then in July when we have a final proposed budget that becomes then adopted. In this specific grant that you are seeing in front of you, it's only for half of the portion of the work. Can you show me the item?
I mean, that's okay. I just want to know if it was part of the larger process. So it is. Okay, that's all I really want.
Absolutely. And that's because it's Proposition 98 and we typically work with the district. And then there's the portion of it that goes directly to support our colleges to do the work on the ground.
Okay, great. And contract number 5, I'm going to say this about a few things as I often do, is that the goals are like improve or decrease, but it doesn't set any numerical goals. And I consistently suggest that when we're doing these contracts and we're saying that we want to measure progress, that we ought to have a specific goal that we're trying to shoot for other than just improve or decrease, various things. So that's just FYI. Then on number 9 on page 19 of the document, the I just didn't know what number 8 means. It says advanced raised board policy and administrative procedures through shared governance processes. But what does that mean?
This is the apprenticeship program with the building trades, and I think the idea is to, maybe not be well phrased, but is to connect the colleges and the building trades to ensure that there's coordinated programs for students to enter into the trades.
Okay. All right, I think that could be reworded, but also, you know, we don't use the term shared governance. We use participatory governance typically, and so just wanted to.
Yes, we typically do that, Member Epstein, at the statewide level. At the local level, some of our districts still call it shared governance. And a part of those dollars is that we are using both the regional and the district dollars. So that's perhaps why it was framed that way, but you're absolutely correct. At the statewide level, we call it participatory governance.
Got it. And then lastly, on the rising scholars specific goals, again, it's like, you know, improve, decrease, blah, blah, without saying specific numerical goals. We should always try to set some kind of benchmark that we're trying to hit.
I'm going to make a more pointed comment on the course exchange, which is that the narrative was pretty disappointing about the lack of progress. And just going back to my earlier comments, as an open access institution, like students being able to easily see which courses are available that they can take are really key. And so my hope would be going forward, we really accelerate this work in addition to all the other things that we're doing on the enrollment side. And so hopefully during this term of the contract, we'll see things expedited. Is there any public comment on the item?
The public comment period in item 4.1 is now open. President Costa, we have not received any in-person remarks and no hands are raised.
Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion in a second.
So moved. Second.
Great. With that, can you please call the roll?
Hildegard Aguinaldo. Aye. Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Amy Costa.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Felicia Escobar Carrillo.
Aye.
Nan Gomez Heitzberg.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kunalakis.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Aye.
Paul Medina.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Mary Salas.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
The motion carries.
Great. Next up, we have item 4.2, which is a proposed regulatory action regarding non-resident tuition exemption.
For that, solving problems in real time. Just a little bit of that. We're getting a little bit of an echo over here. Great. All right. Good morning, board members. David O'Brien, Vice Chancellor of Government Relations. With me is Dr. Linda Vasquez, our Assistant Vice Chancellor of State and Federal Relations. really glad that I got to be the one to say that. We're here to present item 4.2, and we should be fairly quick with this one. Hopefully allow you to make up some time here. This is a second reading of a regulation that's drafted as part of our overall vision of reducing equity barriers, reducing administrative burdens, and supporting our undocumented students. So this has come before you actually technically twice already before. It went back for some additional amendments after some legislation was enacted last year, Assembly Bill 1540 by Assemblymember Mike Fong. I want to thank Dr. Vasquez, who leads our internal undocumented student strike force and helped put this together along with our Deputy Counsel Fermin Villegas. To summarize very briefly, this regulatory change would require colleges to accept a self-certification from a student that they meet the criteria for the non-resident tuition exemption under AB 540 that is embedded within the California DREAM Act application, or CADA, which is the financial aid application that is available to eligible undocumented students in California, rather than requiring a separate affidavit from that student. So because this is already built into the CADA, the idea here is to reduce one of those touch points for students and streamline the process. And I just want to provide a brief note about the public comments we received on this regulation. Although we did receive 3 additional comments during the 15-day comment period, none of them were substantively related to the specific changes made after first reading and did not cause us to amend the regulatory language further. So the matter is now before the board for second reading and approval. And Dr. Vasquez, are happy to answer any questions you might have.
I'm just curious because in the comments, there was this issue of the CSAC questionnaire versus our materials. Can you just speak to that a little bit for somebody not as familiar with kind of how this is operationalized?
Sure. So there's a question there. It's a very good question, President Costa. There was a question about whether the language made it sound as though CSAC, which is the California Student Aid Commission, the state agency that oversees financial aid programs in California, they administer the California DREAM Act application. They essentially run that, created it, they run it, they verify eligibility. There was a question about whether they would be verifying the student's eligibility for AB 540 status, whether it made it sound as though they do. With respect to our colleagues at CSAC, and I serve on the board of the commission, they don't have the staff capacity to verify tens of thousands of students' eligibility on an individual basis. That is still a campus responsibility. However, the campus is required to accept that affidavit from the student provided through CSAC's application in lieu of requiring the student to fill out a second affidavit, if that makes sense.
It does. Thank you for clarifying.
I really appreciate removing bureaucratic barriers for our students. It makes no sense for them to fill out 2 forms. So I know a lot of work has gone into clearing the pathway, and I just really want to say that I appreciate it.
Yeah, and that really was the lens in which we approached the changes, and also removing barriers for our staff at the colleges, because we're hoping that by giving them now 2 options by which to accept information, one through CSAC and one the student, that it would help them through their processes. This shouldn't change practices significantly at the local level, because colleges already receive information from CSAC on Cal Grant eligibility. CSAC does not determine eligibility, the institution does. And so they still have to take the formal process by which to say the student is eligible to receive the Cal Grant, and they subsequently award the grant. It's the same thing here. And so we're hoping that this helps everyone. Long term, we're really hoping that this leads to an increase of enrollment of AB 540 students, an increase of students benefiting from the Cal Grant Award. Both of those numbers have dipped in the last few years. And so we're hoping that those strategies ultimately end up leading to students being able to take advantage of the resources that we've long fought for.
So I know that this is a very important subject that we're talking about. But I have to tell you, one of the things that touched me the most, and I realized it was in law, was the removal of alien. Most of us have changed our language, but to have to read law with that term was very dehumanizing. And so underneath all of this, we've moved forward relative to our students. Thank you.
Are there any members of the public that wish to make a comment on this item?
The public comment period on item 4.2 is now open. President Costa, we have not received any in-person remarks and no hands are raised.
With that, I'll take a motion in a second.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have Haynes with the motion and Villavicencio with the second. Please call the roll.
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Amy Costa.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Felicia Escobar Carrillo.
Aye.
Nan Gomez Heitzberg.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis.
Aye.
Harry LeGrand.
Aye.
Paul Medina.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Mary Salas.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
The motion carries.
Great, thank you so much. Next up, we have item 4.3. This is approval of proposed miscellaneous regulatory action. So exciting. With that, I'll hand it over to our general counsel.
We remember how exciting this was from last meeting. Okay, so this is really just a technical cleanup in the nature of technical cleanup, adding some definitions that will help our drafting exercises and future regulations, and also addressing a couple of statutory changes. One relating to clarifying the inclusion of opioid overdose information in orientation materials, and also addressing the change to the California College Promise Grant. So the one change from first reading was the removal of the definition for underrepresented student. We looked through the education code and found there were a number of sort of competing versions of this or related terms, and we thought that it might actually add confusion if we retained that in the definition section and might have some unanticipated consequences. So we thought it best to leave that out of the final regulatory action. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Miscellaneous,
Not that exciting.
I will say that the comment about aligning withdrawal and dismissal and sort of priority enrollment, I totally understand that it's outside of the scope of this, but I do want to flag for staff that I think that that's a very interesting policy that we should probably pursue. I think that, and this is what happens when you get in the regs, you find out that there's these, kind of remnants. And this idea of being highly punitive to students that are already struggling, I think is really a terrible policy. So I do want to flag for staff, maybe if it requires us, working with policymakers, that may be something worthy of consideration next year. Board Member Brown.
And like Board Member Haynes' earlier comment, language is really important. And I know there's already been a resolution coming through the ASCCC about adjusting the language that we use when we talk about students that are having these sort of barriers, and we don't know why. We see outcomes in their grades, but we don't know why. And so using these words like probation that are part of the criminal justice system isn't very inviting to someone who's struggling. So as we look at these policies, and which is not going to be in relation to your miscellaneous exciting presentation today, but as you do what President Costa suggested, I think looking at that language would be helpful as well. Thank you.
Right. And we tried to signal that in our response to the comments that we'd be looking at it.
Are there any members of the public with a comment on this item?
The public comment period on item 4.3 is now open. President Costa, we have not received any in-person remarks and no hands are raised.
Great. With that, I'll take a motion in a second.
So moved.
I heard Rawlings. Who wants to be the second?
Second.
All right. Gomez with the second. With that, can you please call the roll?
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Amy Costa.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Felicia Escobar Carrillo.
Aye.
Nan Gomez Heitzberg.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis.
Aye.
Harry LeGrand.
Aye.
Paul Medina.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Mary Salas.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
The motion carries.
Great. Thank you so much for the presentation. Next up, we have item 4.4, and this is a foundation item, and it is our board appointment and a reappointment.
Good morning,
Chancellor
President
Gonzalez.
Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, Lieutenant Governor Councilakis, board members. I want to welcome the President and CEO of the Foundation for California Community Colleges, who's joining me for this item 4.4. As a part of this item, the California Education Code allows the Board of Governors to enter into an agreement to establish an auxiliary organization, and that would be our incredible Foundation for California Community Colleges. This item in front of you makes two requests. One is the appointment of member Harry Legrand to serve as a Foundation board member, a board of directors, and then a reappointment of Jennifer Perry to serve as a continued member of the board of directors. I want to hand it over to President and CEO Keitha Mills to walk us through any process and then, of course, the talent that those two members are bringing forward to the foundation.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez, President Costa, Chancellor Christian, esteemed members of the board. My name is Keitha Mills. I'm the president and CEO for the Foundation for California Community Colleges. First, I just want to express my deep appreciation both to Member Perry for her service on the board and for former member Darius Anderson for his service on the board. And my deep appreciation to Harry Legrand for agreeing to spend his rest of his precious free time serving on the foundation board. I'll just say these positions are really, really important to our board of directors. We're a small but mighty 11-member board with 2 members also serving on the board of governors. And those positions are so important to help us stay super connected and focused on your priorities and the priorities of the system, and to also help champion the work that we do at the foundation, and help kind of be the liaison between the foundation board and the board of governors. So really excited for the prospect of bringing Member Legrand on board. I believe his depth and breadth of experience in intersegmental, also on other education foundation boards, his experience directly with student service will be hugely, hugely valuable. So very excited to welcome that expertise on the board. And Member Perry has been an incredible member for our board for the last 8 years, and currently serves in a leadership position. She is currently the treasurer and is slated to continue on in the leadership ranks of the foundation board in June, I believe. So we're very excited about that. As we heard earlier, she's a huge champion of foster youth and has helped champion the work that we do at the foundation around foster youth as well, has been a huge contributor to any and every campaign that we've had, and just a real champion for our work. And so excited to welcome Jennifer into her next 4-year term as well, and to continue her service. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Colleagues, any questions or comments regarding the item?
Oh, Harry.
Is there any public comment on the item?
Public comment period on item 4.4 is now open. President Costa, we have not received any in-person remarks and no hands are raised.
Okay, with that, I will entertain a motion in a second.
So move.
Second.
We have Epstein with the motion and Chang with the second. With that, can you please call the roll?
Hildegard Aguinaldo. Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Amy Costa.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Felicia Escobar Carrillo.
An enthusiastic aye.
Nan Gomez Heitzberg.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye. Did you hear me? Aye.
Lieutenant Governor Eleni Councilakis.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Is it presumptuous to vote for yourself? It's an aye if I can, but I'll abstain if I can't.
Paul Medina,
Aye.
Jennifer Perry,
Aye.
Bill Rawlings,
Aye.
Mary Salas,
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
The motion carries.
Congratulations. Next up, we're going to be moving to section 6 of the agenda or information and reports. And we have one of the annual events of the board that really brings me a lot of joy. And that's item 6.1, the 2024 Classified Employee of the Year Awards. With that, I'm going to turn it over to our chancellor.
This is absolutely a wonderful item. The Classified Employee of the Year Award has been given out annually since May 2009 to honor community college classified employees who demonstrate the highest level of commitment to professionalism at the community colleges. This year, the submission process required submissions to identify how the nominee contributes to Vision 2030 goals in their local communities. Recipients are nominated by members of their colleges, district community, and endorsed by the local Board of Trustees. Award nominations are reviewed by representatives of the Board of Governors, the Chancellor's Office staff, and the classified reps on the Consultation Council. Recipients are selected for their commitment to professionalism, outstanding performance of professional activities, and active participation to their campus and their community. This year, we had 24 nominations representing 24 districts. I want to thank our classified staff statewide for their outstanding work at our colleges, districts, and most importantly, for their dedication to our students. Announcing the 2024 Classified Employee of the Year Award winners is our Board of Governors member, Bill Rawlings.
Thank you, Chancellor Christian. On behalf of the Evaluation Committee, I'm excited to honor our 4 incredible classified employees. And I just want to take a special note and let everyone know this is the beginning of Classified School Employees Week. So happy CSEW for all of our winners and all of the classified across the state. So we'll begin by introducing the winners. As I call your names and read your introduction, you're welcome to come up. And at the conclusion of my introduction, have about a minute or so to speak. And then at the end, we'll call everyone up to actually present the awards and take our photos, right? So you'll come up in between and then we'll do the photos at the end. So to begin, the 2024 Classified Board of Governors Classified Employee of the Year Award winners are first, Yvette Garcia, an administrative assistant from Mount San Antonio College. Yvette is a fervent advocate for equity and has shown unwavering commitment to equitable student outcomes during her tenure as an administrative assistant for more than 7 years at Mount San Antonio College. Yvette's tenure in the Technical Services Department at Mount SAC exemplifies a pinnacle of professional excellence and high standards of job performance, particularly in serving their diverse student population. Since being in this role, Yvette has demonstrated a deep commitment to the Vision 2030 pillars: people, systems, resources, and policy, but has also directly contributed to creating a more inclusive, supportive, and equitable educational environment. Her actions reflect a deep and genuine dedication to serving not just the institution's diverse student population through her participation in college activities, but also the wider community through her professional and volunteer efforts, such as her work with the Walnut High School Community Club and Latin Parent Alliance, highlighting her proactive approach in addressing educational inequities. Among the countless roles Yvette holds, she represents what it means to be a true Mount SAC leader. And I would note you are also the Classified Senate President and very involved in the union there as well. All right, welcome.
Garcia. Oh, was I not even on? Sorry. To my amazing college president, Dr. Garcia, who's here with me for this incredible honor. I also want to give special thanks to my colleague, Sean Cook, for nominating me. This award is truly appreciated and motivates me to keep striving for excellence. So thank you all.
Next, we have Melissa Hedegi from a program support specialist from Coast Community College District. Melissa's profound knowledge surrounding state laws related to community colleges, graduation requirements, transfer articulation needs, and impact on federal financial aid has been instrumental in her role as a program support specialist in the Educational Services and Technology Division at Coast Community College District. Melissa has been with the district more than 5 years and has consistently proven to be a self-starter, subject matter expert, and a diligent, hardworking employee. Melissa works with all levels of personnel at each college to develop a common practice for recording credit for prior learning in the areas of industry certification and assessment, which has garnered her respect among the workplace and developed positive relationships. After earning her Master's of Science in Administration from California State University, Bakersfield, she sought to expand her expertise even further and deepen her impact by completing a multitude of various trainings and external professional development opportunities. Melissa's education, work experience, knowledge, and work ethic make her an incredible asset to the district.
Thank you. Good morning, Board of Governors and all present. I stand before you truly honored to be named Classified Employee of the Year. I want to express my deepest gratitude to the Board of Governors for recognizing my contributions. This award is a reflection not just of my own work, but the incredible team environment we have at Coast Community College District. I'm incredibly fortunate to work alongside such talented and supportive staff, faculty, counselors, and administrators, especially Dr. Andrea Serban, Vice Chancellor of Educational Services and Technology, who she also recommended I get this award. Their dedication inspires me every day to continue to strive and work towards the betterment of Vision 2030 at Coast Community College District. Thank you.
Next, we have Amanda Mellett, a plant operations coordinator from Sierra College. Amanda's dedication to maintaining and improving the physical infrastructure at Sierra College, coupled with her professionalism, attention to detail, and work ethic, demonstrates her ongoing commitment to the equitable student outcomes throughout her 23 years at the college. Amanda oversees all contract administration and informal bidding as a plant operations coordinator, where she displays high standards of good judgment and knowledge of facility management, which is vital in maintaining a safe, inclusive, and high-functioning environment for all students and staff on campus. Amanda leads by example through fostering a collaborative atmosphere with those around her, investing in elevating the aesthetic appeal of the campus, and advocating for Americans with Disability Act projects to account for the diverse student population Sierra College serves. Congratulations, Amanda. And I don't believe Amanda has comments, so we will move on to Anissa Mitchell, a Student Success Equity Coordinator from Barstow College. Anissa is a project of the Community College Experience and is committed to expanding the goals of equitable access, success, and support for all historically disadvantaged students, families, and communities within the surrounding rural towns that Barstow Community College proudly serves. During Anissa's 5-year tenure as a Student Success and Equity Coordinator, her ambitions in re-engineering the student experience and providing equitable access for all is testament to her leadership. She is engaged in numerous fundraisers and community events while working to change perceptions and eliminate stereotypes. Anissa is a strong advocate for social justice and is passionate about building connections and partnerships with local churches, civic organizations, and youth programs through community and grassroots efforts. She is instrumental in fusing co-curricular themes of social justice dialogue and strives to conduct regular outreach and targeted comprehensive wraparound services that serve economically disadvantaged foster youth, LGBTQIA+, and other at-risk populations. Anissa's phenomenal leadership in all aspects of her job displays her tireless effort and unparalleled focus on equity and service to achieve student success on a daily basis. Congratulations.
Thank you. Just a quick correction. It's Anissa. No worries, no worries.
Thank
So
you for that.
mine's going to be a little bit longer than everybody else. I have a lot of siblings. So I stand before you today, humbled and grateful for receiving this award. Although this moment is really huge for me, honestly, it's not mine alone. It's a testament to the mosaic of love, support, sazon, and collective aspiration that life has blessed me with. To my grandparents Thank you guys for being boundless love and support that has been my guidepost. To my mom, you taught me to view equity through a lens not found in textbooks, but woven into everyday life, right? My oldest brother, specifically Luis, you not only lit the fire for our family to break through to success, but constantly work to keep that flame alive through motivation and accountability. Special shout out to my sister. She's a pillar of support through every endeavor that I have. My students who invigorate me, my spirit with their triumphs. You guys are really why we do what we do, right? Much love and gratitude to all my mentors, especially those that nominated me for this award. And generously poured into me. Dr. E, Samara, Dr. Bag, Dr. Vasquez. We got a lot of doctors. Your influence and wisdom has definitely been my compass. To my CSEA folks that put in the time and work and love, we really couldn't do it without you guys. And my favorite person in the world, my niece, Avery, you're a constant reminder of the equitable future we strive to create, right? A world where every child has opportunity to succeed and thrive and not just be a survivor of their story, but a director of their future. Thank you.
Great. Now we'll ask each of the awardees to line up over here and we'll take some photos and we'll give you your award. Again, congratulations to all of our awardees. It's really a pleasure to hear from each of you, and congratulations on behalf of the Board of Governors. With that, actually, we get to break for lunch. And so the board will stand in recess for 30 minutes, and then we will return and conclude our agenda at that time. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Great. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to move on to section 5 of our agenda, which is a first reading item. And so we're going to start with item 5.2, proposed regulatory action for the extended opportunity programs and services regulatory action. Welcome.
Good afternoon, President Costa, Vice President Algonado, members of the board. My name is Rebecca Rauner-Shaughnessy. I'm the Vice Chancellor for Student Services. And can we please pull up the slides?
While you do that, I have to say one thing officially. Item 5.2 is a first reading and public hearing for proposed amendments to the Title V of the California Code of Regulations related to the expanded opportunity programs and services.
Great. You're waiting for the slides. Well, I can get started while the slides are being pulled up, but the item in front of you is a proposed regulation on the EOPS program. And just give you all a little bit of a background, right? EOPS program was established in 1969, really the trailblazing in terms of providing equity, service, and support for our students. And today, EOPS program receives $183 million a year from the state legislature and the governor. So we really appreciate that consistent commitment and investment in this area. And we serve close to 70,000 students every year across our system. And the EOPS regulations were codified in 1987. And this is the first time we're bringing the regulations in front of you for proposing changes. So I really want to thank Libby Cook, the association president, EOPS Association president, and Efrain Rango, the president-elect who's here today of the EOPS Association for their leadership. And then also the EOPS practitioners across the system for their support as we continue to advance Vision 2030, focusing on equity in support. Perfect timing. So co-presenters today are, it's not here, but co-presenter today is Libby Cook, EOPS Association President and EOPS Care Next Step Coordinator at Folsom Lake College, and then Nicole Jones, Vice President of Student Services at Compton College. Next slide, please. So this regulatory change proposal reflects the equity in support work that the system is engaging in towards bringing tailored support to our students. Next slide, please. So to do so, we focus on 3 strategic areas. 1, maximizing student receipt of resources and support. So that includes in-kind support as well as direct aid to our students. The second area is remove student burdens in acquiring these support. And the third is enabling greater institutional flexibility to really accelerate local innovations. Next slide, please. The changes to the 3 EOPS regulatory sections reflect these strategic focus areas. So we're proposing to remove static limits on direct aid to students, as well as how colleges can secure necessary resources to support our students, given the inflation and evolving needs of our students and institutions. We're also revising the funding allocation reporting timeline to allow for more accurate calculation and allocation of funds to the colleges. Next slide, please. I'm going to now turn it over to Libby to go over some of the specifics.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Libby Cook, and I am the faculty coordinator at Folsom Lake College for EOPS Care and Next Step. And just to clarify, thank you for the history for EOPS. When we say EOPS, we're saying we are including in the EOPS family EOPS Care and Next Step. So when we refer to it, it'll be EOPS. So I am here today to highlight the over 2 years of collaborative effort between EOPS and the Chancellor's Office in updating 3 sections of Title V. And while our conversations were not easy, this partnership has the ability to be transformative, uniting collective expertise of EOPS boots on the ground and the Chancellor's office in an effort to best support EOPS Care and Next Step students. So when the work group got together, we were looking at what we call the 3 R's. So we want to make sure we know our regulations, we know our role, and we know our responsibilities. So the first regulation that we looked at is what you see up on the screen, and that is section 56254, which is addressing the cap, the static cap on grants available to EOPS students. And so the original cap in 1987, as you see, was 900 for the whole academic year. 1987, that might have been a good amount of money, but with inflation and everything else, 900 today is $2,498.38. So it needed to be removed. So through lots of conversation, what we went with is, because we are at a financial aid program, and we're always looking at our students' unmet need, we moved to having the students' unmet need be that marker for the academic year, removing that $900 cap to best serve students. We can go to the next slide. The next one is section 56295. And this is actually dealing with the part of the budget that is it's not necessarily instructional. So it is those object codes 4,000 to 6,000. Those are things like non-instructional materials. 6,000 would be if programs wanted to purchase laptops to do loaner laptops to students. And so the original regulation had it sitting at 10% or 50,000, whichever was less. And so for the larger programs, that $50,000 cap is a bit of a problem. And this actually came to our attention through COVID, when all of a sudden we needed to make sure that our students had quality laptops through like a loaner laptop program. So what was removed was that $50,000 cap. And what we agreed on was that no more than 10% of your of a college's allocation could be used in those 3 budget codes, the 4,000, 5,000, and 6,000. And then the last one was just language. So in that the way the original wording was a little kind of wonky. And so we always refer to how we look at our data and how we get our allocation as prior year, so that we have the time to meet the needs of our programs. So we just updated the wording to be prior fiscal year. And that is good.
Good afternoon. I'm Nicole Jones, Vice President of Student Services from Compton College. I'm here on behalf of my President CEO, Dr. Keith Curry, and I'm excited to be here to share some information from the field in terms of how Compton currently leverages EOP&S funds to support our students and to support student success, and how we may be able to, if the passage of these proposed regulations happens, support them in the future. As you know, Compton College is an urban institution. We are in the Southern California area. We have about 6,000 students, around 3,600 FTS currently. Our enrollment is increasing in our special populations coming back from the COVID-19 pandemic. We are very excited to be able to provide many incentives that help support our students. Compton is very supportive of our students' basic needs, and EOP&S helps to support and fill that gap. The laptop loan program, as reflected and shared by Libby previously, was very successful for our students. We also leverage funds to provide gas cards. Of course, we do the EOP&S grants, and having removed the cap of the $900 really helps support our students with the unmet need. We have seen many of our students starting to take out student loans, and that number has been increasing. And so this will absolutely help us to fill that gap. Meal cards, Uber Eats, also supplies that we utilize as an incentive for our students to come in and meet with their counselors and get their services. University application fees, helping to close that gap for students who can't afford to apply for those four-year colleges to make sure that they can do that. Food and additional workshops, events, and also helping with cap and gowns for celebration and end of year ceremonies. Those are some of the ways that we currently help support our EOP&S students at Compton College, in particular, those students who really need that basic needs support. On the next slide. So some of our future uses, this provides us greater flexibility in our program grant spending, of course. So it helps us to really look at that unmet need of our students and to support them in that way. We know that we're trying to transition from textbooks and high expensive textbook costs. So the hope is that we can also utilize this to close that gap and help provide some of those grants to students. We also have piloted our guaranteed income program. This is our anti-poverty program modeled after the city of Stockton. Los Angeles County also has a similar program. And through that program, we have really helped to fill the gaps for our students in particular, just meeting those, helping those ends meet every month that they're able to receive the additional funding. So currently in our pilot, we had students that were receiving $500 a month, and those students were in our CARE and CalWorks programs. Those students were able to get 3 disbursements, $500 a month in the fall and the spring. And in speaking to our students, it could really hear how helpful having that extra funding is coming in for unknown expenditures and emergencies that will come up throughout the month. And so this may also provide us an opportunity as we want to expand guaranteed income to other student populations as well.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So in terms of next steps, the regulations went to consultation council on Thursday. We received no substantive feedback. So we plan, so the 45-day public comment period is open right now. And we plan to bring this back to this board in July for action. So, and then one last thing I want to make clear is our work in terms of EOPS regulatory update is not done. We'll continue to work with the EOPS Association as well as our General Counsel's office to really do a holistic review of the EOPS regulations and explore necessary changes to clean up the language and then also remove unnecessary barriers for our students and institutions. So we'll be back with partners and to continue to push for additional changes. So this concludes our presentation.
The public hearing on item 5.2, the proposed amendments to the California Code of Regulations Title V concerning the extended opportunity programs and services is now open. The purpose of the hearing is for the Board of Governors to receive comments and testimony from members of the public regarding the proposed regulatory action. At this time, the floor is open for comments from the public. With that, I'll turn it over to my colleagues first for any comments, questions for Board Member Haynes.
So first, I want to say just how supportive I am for the EOPS program because the students that you serve are hard to serve. But I do have a question about, and I'm supportive of the movement to increase those amounts to the real world, especially the real world has been in California for a long time. But I do want to know, given funding, does this mean that because you're going to really try to reach what the unmet need with additional dollars, does that mean that you will be able to serve fewer?
I would say no, and I can tell you how I would envision that. Nicole mentioned how we're moving away from textbook vouchers into textbook grants. And so what I see that becoming is an education grant at the beginning of the semester that could be a set amount. And then if students needed additional funds, they could come back to me. So There is that that balance between equity and equality and making sure that we are giving similar amounts across the board, but it allows the flexibility for a student to come back and say, oh, I need a second pair of scrubs because mine disappeared from the locker or things like that, that I can now support.
So how does that play in, and if we talk about equity, the definition is you provide the most resources to the least. So is there a determination about what that unmet need is for a particular student? Is it more customized to that particular student and student needs? Is that how you're going to then determine what those amounts are?
I can start answering that question. So unmet need really is a term of art in the financial aid world. So it's really based on cost of attendance, right? Minus kind of the student's contribution. So there is that determination around that. So basically EOPS is meant to be really the last resort of kind of support, right? So it's really filling the last step of the gaps all the way up to the financial, what's allowable under financial aid. And as we know, another whole can of worms around cost of attendance really doesn't reflect the true cost of living for our students. So, so we're trying to, we are going to comply with the federal regulations, but at the same time, really maximize then the institution's flexibility to think about the holistic support that looks like some kind of combination of direct aid plus other type of support. And I think in terms of what's sustainable, I'm actually very interested to kind of learn from Compton, thinking about guaranteed income, what that looks like and how that really changed the game for our students.
And I think this is going to, I see it as a great opportunity to build and solidify the partnerships between the financial aid departments and EOPS. And the ability to, before I give out any kind of need, I always check, I go to my financial aid and I check the student's unmet needs. So I always know where they stand. And then as Rebecca pointed out, the cost of attendance, I am the warm handoff where I can take one of students in our program, walk them over to financial aid and say, we need to reevaluate the cost of attendance to try to open up that unmet need.
Thank you.
I just want to take this opportunity to really commend and highlight how important and imperative programs like CalWorks and EOPS is. I'm the immediate past student body president at Compton College, and I could firsthand attest to how important programs like this are. I mean, I remember hearing countless students say how this is a lifeline for many students. Sadia Escobar, for example, I mean, she was a long student at active in CalWorks and EOPS. So, hats off to all the great things that are happening, especially at Compton College. I mean, I will note this. I'm not a CalWorks or EOPS student, but there's actually a loan laptop from Compton College. So obviously through their basic needs centers, I could obviously tell you personally, thank you. Obviously resources like that really go a long way. Yes.
I wanted to echo similar sentiments. I have many friends in EOPS who have said the only reason I can apply to this many colleges is because EOPS is going to give me vouchers or pay for the application fees. And I think it really is like a community. It's another mini community in the community college system. At Mission, it's just all these students brought together and they feel uplifted and empowered. And I just want to say how important it is for organizations EOPS to exist in the system and how it's really changed many of my friends' lives. And I just wanted to mention that.
So I have a question about the guaranteed income. You said that that LA County also has one. So are your students eligible for that? And how do you coordinate with the county program?
So we're not currently coordinating with the county program. We're utilizing students that have CalWorks and CARE eligibility exclusively to provide opportunities for them to be a part of the guaranteed income program. So in our pilot, we started with CalWorks students and we started with CARE students. We currently have 33 that are in CARE and 46 that are in CalWorks for this year.
So in your student population, are there a lot more that are in CalWorks and CARE?
So we have about 189 unduplicated in CalWorks and about 370 in EOPNS for 23-24.
So how'd you pick the ones in the initial?
So it's open to any student. We had a cap of 100 students in terms of the funding that we had available to support the program, but any student was eligible. So we did a lot of outreach and marketing for the program. We had orientations, we had opportunities for students to be a part of the program. And the students who elected to participate in those activities are the ones who we're currently serving.
And is the money they're getting, is that, would that, if this program didn't exist, if the guaranteed income didn't exist, where would that money be spent otherwise?
Well, the money that we're utilizing to support our students in CalWork are American Rescue dollars. The money that we're using to support our students from CARE are the CARE program funds. So it would likely be redistributed in other methods to support students.
And are those funds running out?
The American Rescue Dollar Fund will, but our college is making a commitment to continue the program and identify other sources of funding.
Great, thanks.
So I'm from Stockton, and so very familiar with the SEED program and the basic income. And I was wondering if you can speak more to that, if you have the data, if you've done any evaluations on where the students are actually spending that money. You mentioned expenditures and emergencies, but I was wondering if you could highlight maybe a case study of one or two students and where is that? Where are they actually spending it? And how is that changing their lives or helping them throughout their?
No, that's an excellent question. We haven't done our formal evaluation yet because we just finished our pilot year and have just entered into our second year. We have started looking for a consulting firm to conduct our official evaluation, but I can tell you preliminarily and just sort of anecdotally, students are using it to meet the gap in the cost of living. A lot of students are reporting, in fact, our current student trustee has reported that she's used it to help make her rent payments, that she's used it to pay utilities and even food. And so those are some of the main areas that we're hearing that students are using it. It's really to help support the cost of living.
Thank you. And I look forward to seeing that and reading up on that evaluation when you have it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
So I want to go back to Board Member Haynes' comment because I'm struggling a little bit, which is that I'm a big fan of district flexibility. But by removing the caps, you do allow for less students to be served because you have a finite amount of EOPS dollars that you all are getting. And maybe that's okay. I mean, as a policy, like instead of giving 100 people a penny, maybe we should give 10 of them, $20. But I'm assuming that when you calculate everybody's unmet need, it far exceeds the EOPS dollars that you have at your disposal.
Not everyone, because as Rebecca pointed out, we are the last. So sometimes we'll get to that. We'll get to the student and they've already maxed out their unmet need
Through financial aid or others.
Yeah,
So,
and other
okay,
programs. Yeah.
that's helpful. And then I just want to look at section 56254 subsection D. I just think it needs to be crafted slightly differently because right now it reads the grants shall be apportioned to students and equally disbursements in each term of attendance during the academic year. And I think what you want to say is that each individual student is going to have equal disbursements. But right now, as it reads, it could be interpreted that every student is getting an equal disbursement, which I don't think is what you want. You guys are asking for flexibility to flex up or flex down those individual student disbursements.
And to your point, to ensure that a student does not receive all of their financial aid in the fall and have nothing in the spring. So okay.
That's correct. So we'll definitely be more specific in the language. And I think another important point I think to just highlight is sometimes we do see carryovers across our system for some colleges. So that limitation, the cap, static cap creates that limitation for institutions where they say, hey, we can really use the dollars on students direct aid, but we are unable to do so because of the cap. And another thing that's worth mentioning, which is a news we're celebrating, is EOPS really has been receiving additional funding in the recent years. So that's creating additional resources to be able to provide more services and support for these students.
Great, thank you so much. With that, is there any members of the public with a comment on the proposed regulations?
Apologies. The public comment period on item 5.2 is now open. Please use the raise hand feature to make a comment. We will begin with public comments in Sacramento, and you will have 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Vice President Aguinaldo to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
Thank you very much. We have 2 public comments on this item. The first comes from Dr. Efren Ringel, who will speak first, and Wendy Broll-Weinkoop, who will speak second.
Hello, good morning, afternoon, President Costa, Chancellor Christensen, Board of Governors. My name is Dr. Efren Rangel, California Community College EOPS Association President-elect. On behalf of the association, I ask that you fully support the following 3 proposed changes to Title V, Section 56254, 56295, and Section 56298. Overall, these proposed revisions are essential for improving the effectiveness and sustainability of our EOPS programs and the success of our EOPS students. We urge you all stakeholders to consider and support these changes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the Board of Governors. I'm Wendy Broll-Weinkoop, President of the Faculty Association of California Community Colleges. FACT supports the proposed Title V revisions regarding EOPS. This action aligns with FACT's mission to advocate for students and communities facing systemic barriers. The revisions demonstrate a commitment to equity, access, and student success, reflecting FACT's vision for an equitable educational environment. Notably, by eliminating the outdated grant and work study caps, colleges can provide tailored financial support based on individual student needs. Giving colleges more flexibility in utilizing EOPS funds will allow them to address local needs and challenges better. And changing the basis of EOPS allocation determination acknowledges the need for realistic timelines and administrative efficiency. FAC appreciates the collaborative approach to developing these revisions, particularly with the partnership with CCC EOPSA. That's got to be the longest one in the system. This reflects FAC's values for collegiality and inclusive decision-making. By supporting these revisions, FAC reaffirms its commitment to the role EOPS plays in fostering student success and advancing the mission of the California Community Colleges. Thank you.
President Costa, there are no hands raised at this time.
Great, thank you. Are there any additional members of the public who would like to speak on this matter? Hearing none, this public hearing is closed. This concludes the public hearing on this matter. Thank you so much for the presentation. We will see you back here before the board for the second reading. Next up, we have section 6 of the agenda, information and reports, and we're going to start with item 6.5, Vision 2030, Inland Empire Health Plan Equitable Support Demonstration Project. Before we begin, I do just want to make a couple of comments myself. This is an area I am so interested in, and I am so excited to see this particular item before us. I've long been an advocate for us better leveraging the social safety net programs that counties administer in all of our communities. And I've been really happy to see many of our districts are doing this work. Many of our colleges are doing this work. But the challenge has been, how can we scale it system-wide? How can we take what is working and really put it across the state to make sure, just like we talked about in the last item, that our students that have this unmet need are able to weave together different funding sources to really make it possible for them to continue their educational goals. So anyway, I'm very excited about this particular presentation. With that, I'll hand it over.
For the, it's on. Can you hear me? Okay, great. All right, so I'm very excited about this project. I want to make sure, okay, we have the PowerPoint up. Okay. So joining me virtually today are Dr. Noemi Ornelas, Vice Chancellor of Educational and Student Support Services from San Bernardino Community College District, and Thomas Pham, Vice President of Strategy, Inland Empire Health Plan, a key partner for this demonstration project. Next slide, please. So we're very excited about this demonstration project, just like what President Costa mentioned, because it really embodies what we're trying to accomplish to deepen equity in support. A fundamental piece of that is obviously leveraging all the campus resources to support students, but a equally critical strategy is really view our students as a whole person, right? Thinking about the communities that they're from and how do we leverage all the community resources to support this student and this community member, right, in well-being and also their all aspects of thriving in life, including education. So this is really what this demonstration project is trying to accomplish. Next slide, please. So this is a little bit of kind of a problem statement, right? And an opportunity really lies ahead. So when we think about internally in our system, we know poor health and mental health conditions significantly hinder academic success. We also have some real data around, right? 30% of our students have to drop and withdraw from courses to prioritize mental health. And at the same time, our students are a majority of our students are grappling with at least one basic needs insecurity, which really makes it harder for them to acquire healthcare and mental health services. And on top of that, there are macro factors, right? So healthcare costs for the past 3 decades, all Americans, we're seeing a almost 5% average increase in healthcare spending. Right now, we're reaching at over $10,000, right? So then also more than half of the Californians reporting skipping care in the past year due to cost. And near half of those say that skipping care made their condition worse. So as you can see, this is a potentially vicious cycle where we're, when we think about our students, when they're not getting the necessary care because of cost concerns, and then that impacts their academic success, which then impact their economic mobility, which impact their cost to afford care and other things. So really this demonstration project is our goal to try to break that cycle. Next slide, please. So this is kind of a quick overview of what we're trying to do. The right really are the 3 goals we're trying to accomplish through this demonstration project. One is ambitious one, but is one that we have really jumped on the first day with our partners, which is enroll 100% of uninsured students in the Inland Empire in either Medi-Cal or Covered California. And then the second piece is really strengthen campus capability, right? How do we strengthen campus infrastructure so that they can provide Medi-Cal eligible services? Many of our colleges are already doing so, but they're just not getting paid for it. So how do we really leverage an outside sustainable funding source to really support that? And then also given, right, this really important push from the governor, $3.7 billion around increasing mental health services for children up to 25. So how do we think about leveraging all the state resources to, again, think about infrastructure built for our system? And then the third piece, we have to do it in partnership with our communities. So how do we enhance community partnership to remove barriers? And we very specifically call out data, because without data, we don't know how well we're doing, we can't improve. So how do we really think about data, create that closed loop continuous improvement process for our students? And then the how is on the left. We can't do this alone. So how do we support pilot colleges in the IE? We're seeing about 12 colleges in the Inland Empire to really support all students there. And partnering, anchor partner is the Inland Empire Health Plan, which you will hear a little bit more from Thomas later on. And then we have to do this with the counties, the 2 counties, and then as well as the community-based organizations. Next slide, please. So here's the opportunity. Right? For the 12 colleges in the Inland Empire, we're seeing about close to 165,000 students in terms of headcount. And then I'm just throwing in kind of the CCPG recipients as well as the Pell recipients to just give a proxy around the potential opportunities to really provide targeted enrollment and outreach strategies to make sure that these students that are very likely to be eligible for both either CalFresh, for Medi-Cal or Covered California, also CalFresh, to make sure that they are also enrolled. So this is really for us to create kind of the initial proxy for us to kind of launch in the work. Next slide, please. I'm going to now turn over to Thomas Pham from the Inland Empire Health Plan, who our team has gotten to know very well because we've been meeting regularly for one of the work streams. So Thomas, are you here?
We need a few more moments for him to log online.
Oh, okay. So I can talk about, maybe while we wait for Thomas to log on, I can kind of go over some of these work streams and Thomas can really add on. One big part of it, what I mentioned, is that proactive direct enrollment services. How do we make sure that students are enrolled? So have to go back to kind of equity and support paradigm, right? There's always been Medi-Cal services, but our students are not enrolled for some reason, right? So what that means is we really have to use data and think about how we proactively then outreach to these students and provide that, either provide a way for students to empower themselves to enroll, or also provide resources to support students along the way, especially those students who are maybe uncomfortable enrolling in in government services. So that's the enrollment piece. And the second piece is preventative care, right? That's another area where there's mutual alignment between the community colleges and a public health plan like IEHP to really think about how to provide kind of services, especially preventative care, to increase access to care and quality of care for the residents in the Inland Empire. So the conversation there is really around understanding what campus capacity is, and then how can the Inland Empire Health Plan and its providers to kind of bring services on campus and make community colleges truly a community center to really provide that support for its members. And then the third one I have mentioned is the Medi-Cal eligible services. Many of the ability for colleges to receive funding from healthcare is to become Medi-Cal eligible. And that is typically very tasking. That's very complicated. Many of our colleges do not have the capacity or personnel or understanding to do this level of work. So this is where IEHP has been really partnering with us, thinking about how they can bring their provider services group to kind of partner with us and engage in that conversation. So is Noemi on as well?
No, just Thomas at the moment.
Okay. All right. So I will have Thomas. Thomas, if you're on, do you want to?
Sure.
Yay, Thomas.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay? All right. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me today. I apologize. I plan to be in person today, and due to unexpected event that I will have a few minutes with you on virtually here. First of all, I want to start with we are super excited to partner with Rebecca and the community college community in Inland Empire to focus on how do we bring affordable healthcare coverage to the student through the direct enrollment services, as well as how do we bring preventive care, to the student, and also how do we work with the community college to support them for their readiness for Medi-Cal eligible services. So a few minutes, I would like to go cover a few minutes with you about who IHB, what we do at we embarking a new journey with the community college to provide services to our community. So next slide, please. So as you may know, many of you may know, IHB, we are a not-for-profit public health plan that's serving the two counties, Riverside County and San Bernardino County. We were created by both county, Riverside County and San Bernardino County, in 1996 to provide services to the Medi-Cal member. Our health plan set up at a mixed model. So we contract with independent physician group to bring the doctor together. And also we contract directly with the physician to provide Medi-Cal services to the Medi-Cal member. In the Riverside, San Bernardino County, the Medi-Cal managed care model created the two-plan model. That means that in our two county, there are two plans operate. One include local initiative, which is IHP, and the other one is commercial plan, is Molina Healthcare. Next slide, please. Our mission, vision, and value. I'm very proud to share, our mission is we heal and inspire human spirit. Our mission is not the statement on the wall. The minute you walk into the organization, the mission is lived by every single team member at our office, and also, through our member in the community. How do we provide care to our member is that, we live by the value, we do the right thing. How do we do the right thing? That I want to call out a couple value that from IHP. We do the right thing by place our member at the center of the universe. And we do that with close partnership with our member, provider, and the community partner like community college, and also each other. And we have very bold vision. We will not rest until our community enjoy optimal care, environment, and health. Next slide, please. So our governing board, including two board, county board supervisor from Riverside County, and also two board county board supervisor from San Bernardino County, and we have 3 public members as well on our board. Next slide, please. Right, currently we serve about 1.5 million lives. So 1 out of every 3 residents in Inland Empire are a member of IHP. And we serve our member through 3 lines of business. The first one is Medi-Cal, and then Cover California. As you know, we just entered Cover California this year. And we also serving the dual eligible product, meaning that for individuals who have both Medi-Cal and Medicare. Actually, we are the largest not-for-profit dual eligible plan in the nation with 35,000 lives. Next slide, please. We partner with our provider. We have about more than 8,000 providers in our network to serve our Medi-Cal, Cover California, and dual eligible product member. With that, about 1,400 are primary care. This is how we deliver the healthcare to all Medi-Cal members. Next slide, please. We are very proud that 98% of our providers are very happy with us, satisfied with us, basing on finance, the utilization management, the pharmacy, our call center. We believe that we have to keep our provider happy in order to provide quality of care to our member. And actually, we rank within the 100th percentile in the nation with the provider for the provider satisfaction. Next slide, please. And how do we support our provider? We have the largest, I believe, we have a largest quality pay for performance program in the state of California. Our total budget is $286 million that we fund directly to the provider, incentivize them on key quality measure. Next slide, please. Inland Empire kind of unique. We have the shortest provider compared with all the county in the state of California. The recommended ratio per 100,000 resident is about 60 to 80 primary care physician for every 100,000 resident. In the Riverside, San Bernardino County, we only have 35 primary care for every 100,000 lives. So we have a significant provider shortage. That's why we have a couple innovative approach to bring provider to come to the Inland Empire and practice there. So since September 2014, we have an incentive program to attract more than 500 brand new provider come to IHP and practice in the Inland Empire. Specifically, we fund them, for the specialists. We offer an incentive of $150,000 for them to come to the IE and practice in the IE for 5 year. For primary care, we support with 100,000 to invite them to come to the IE and practice there. Next slide, please. We also have another innovative approach to attract, to create, we call it the physician supply chain in the future. So we launched in 2020 that where we create the healthcare scholarship fund. As of May 2024, we fund more than 190 medical students attend Loma Linda, UCR, and CUSM with a degree in medicine. And we provide a full scholarship right for 4 years of the medical school with the requirement that they will stay in the IE and practice in the IE for 5 years. Next slide, please. We also have, present our community wellness center throughout the Inland Empire that where our member, non-member community resident can come to the center to receive free and wellness classes. They get information about affordable coverage. We help them how understand the IHP benefit. We have cooking class. We have yoga, Zumba, computer training class to invest in the community where we serve. So with that, it concludes my overview of IHP. Any question?
Thank you, Thomas. I think we're going to hold the questions until the end of the presentation. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Noemi Ornelas to really talk about a lot of the things that are happening in IE, specifically around partnership in CalFresh and how this demonstration project has really built on that momentum.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for that introduction. My name is Noemi Ornelas, and I am the Vice Chancellor of Educational and Student Support Services with San Bernardino Community College District. And I'm really excited to be here today to really just begin to share the hope for this demonstration project, which is to empower our students in our community to have access to affordable healthcare. And as a strong advocate for our basic needs and really the need to expand the supportive services, we really saw this as an opportunity to build on that excitement. We have had very, very good luck in establishing partnerships with the county. And so we have a district or a county-wide regional a memorandum of understanding that supports the sharing of data to eliminate barriers for our students as they begin to apply for CalFresh. And the unique thing about this is that it's not only in San Bernardino County, we also have a regional memorandum of understanding. So we've partnered with other higher educational institutions in Riverside County to ensure that our students have that regional access to CalFresh, and most importantly, that they are able to navigate the process without having to duplicate efforts in terms of demonstrating eligibility. So we know that our students are constantly asked to apply and verify for information. And so they have to fill out multiple applications, and that is a real barrier for our students. And we see this day in and day out. So the exciting piece about this demonstration project is that we are going to look at ways to streamline that even further and continue our conversations of expanding that MOU access to share data and allow students to fill out one application for both CalFresh and Medi-Cal services. So that's very, very exciting. But the other piece is really the recognition that we have community colleges across the state that have this need. So I also hope that we can begin to partner. We would be partnering with other colleges to begin to talk about how do we build on this momentum and develop a toolkit that will help other colleges implement this. 116 colleges, there's a lot of different needs, but if we can have some best practices laid out, that will hopefully help our colleges begin to be able to implement something like this at their own campus. And as we begin to think about the limited resources that our campuses have within our health centers, I think the important piece is also being able to enhance what we have in our health centers. Our health centers need more resources, and we've known that for a long, long time. And this is a way to begin to build the partnerships and enhance those wellness services that were described earlier. So I'm really excited and looking forward to the opportunity and to share back. We do have a lot of great technology in our hands now, and I think it's an opportunity for us to really begin to think about how do we embrace the technology and use it to eliminate barriers for our most neediest students. Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes our presentation. We're open for any questions and comments.
Great, thanks. Colleagues, any questions or comments? I see Rawlings, Haynes, Epstein.
All right. So I may be getting ahead of where you're at with this. So I know IAHP is really well connected in the community. They have been for a long time. They put a lot of work into that. When you think of some of the other counties across the state, have we identified potential future partners for other counties that may be heavily impacted or may be good demonstration projects for us?
Yeah, so I think for this demonstration project, right, if Christina, can you pull up the last slide? So we were really thinking about scaling, right? Understanding this is regional in nature, but the goal is really to expand it statewide. So part of it is what Noemi kind of referred to as well, like creating a toolkit, right? Because a big part of that is partnership. How do we identify the right anchor partner in a community? So IEHP certainly is a great one for the Inland Empire, but we got to go to different communities and kind of build out that way. Thinking about anchor community partners, thinking about using this demonstration project to create toolkit. So then that could be serve as a blueprint for our colleges and to engage in those local partnerships. And then also, in many ways, understanding some of those barriers through this demonstration projects for our students. So next time when we were not going to call it a demonstration project anymore, it will be a scaling project, then we will identify these barriers from the get-go. We can start kind of really jump into kind of those barrier removal conversations. So I think, and then also capacity, right? So for example, a big part of that is community colleges becoming eligible to receive Medi-Cal services. So then there I see opportunities around community practice then as using the Inland Empire Demonstration Project colleges as kind of the early implementers, right? And then how do they support then other colleges that later projects to really build out the capacity? So there are various things we're trying to do in terms of scaling, but it will be different colleges and different partners.
So I had an initial question, but it is turned into another question altogether. So this particular two counties have been working together using this model since 2014, and therefore they're what, 1 million? I can't remember the number, but have been enrolled as a result of that. Has there been any review of who is currently being served by it, and demographically, racially, and ethnically, sort of that piece of it? Has anybody looked at that? Because I think it would actually be helpful. We're a big state, but we're also extremely diverse, and we're successful in certain community pockets and not in others. We might be somewhat successful, but not based on the numbers. And I think that would be helpful relative to maybe some lessons learned, because our students are a subset of both of these counties. And it would be helpful to start off on the best foot possible. For many, what has been a barrier is that the systems to become eligible are huge barriers.
they're complex, they're not structured well. And just like one of ours in terms of enrollment, what happens is the frustration level of trying to apply become problematic. And this particular entity is working. That's one of its major goals, is to do that piece of it, as well as to make certain that there are practitioners there to help. So if it isn't being done, I'm hoping that there's some look at what they've done well, what are some of the challenges, and what are some of the lessons learned as we sort of step into this.
Absolutely. I can kind of turn the mic over to Thomas, maybe to just give a quick overview around their efforts around equity in healthcare enrollment. And what I can say as a follow-up is really that to me, the secret sauce is the bidirectional data sharing agreement. So we understand who applied, who got rejected, right? The reasons for denial, and then who are end of the day receiving, services. So we are able to really follow that pipeline thoroughly. But Thomas, can you provide kind of a quick overview of kind of IEHP's effort around, enrolling your members with equity in mind?
Yes, thank you for the question. Great question. And health equity is not only our DNA, but it also it included in our strategic plan and our vision. So we have, our vision is the optimal care and vibrant health of the community. We embed the health equity in the vibrant health vision commitment. That's where we work with, all our provider as well as the community partner, including the Riverside County and San Bernardino County to and many community partner to ensure that all our members receive equitable care. In terms of the enrollment side, that we have very close relationship with our two county, the Department of Public Social Service in Riverside County and the Transition Assistance Department in San Bernardino County. We believe that our relationship is second to none in the state. That where we have an MOU with the county that where the county and IHP have many joint enrollment initiative and eligibility initiative to ensure that our resident enroll in Medi-Cal as well as maintain their Medi-Cal eligibility. For an example, as you all know, from the public health emergency unwinding period, that where the state of California resumed the annual redetermination process for all Medi-Cal members across the state. So we partner with the two county with data sharing and also the joint effort where we able to maintain 83%, 84% of the renewal rate for our Medi-Cal resident in the two county, which is higher than the statewide average of 79, 80%, because we allocate that the success of enrollment side to the partnership with our two county partner.
And if I could just add a little bit from the college perspective in terms of the barriers, I think some of our initial meetings have really centered around how do we begin to address those systemic barriers to ensure that our students have access. We know that our students have challenges with applying for financial aid, and many of those are eligible and are not taking advantage of it, not because they don't want to, but because our systems are very complex and challenging. So really I'm hoping that this opportunity will allow us to try new things and to really begin to dig deeper into how do we ensure our students have access, but how do we eliminate those barriers through sharing the data that we are already collected and that our students already have.
We lost you for a second there, but we'll go to, we got the gist of it. With that, we'll go to Tom.
First of all, I'm really excited about this. for those of you who've been around here a while, know that I've been talking about this for a long time. I came from the healthcare world, and I always thought, well, why shouldn't, we've got these people signing up for CalFresh, why shouldn't they get Medi-Cal or Covered California at the same time? So this is terrific. I also want to say from my background there that IEHP has a very strong reputation as really one of the best of that sort of enterprise in the state. And it's really great that they're doing that. I have two questions. One is, in terms of the capability of the colleges to become Medi-Cal providers, if you will, is that going to be with IEHP personnel, or is that going to be college personnel?
I think we're still having that conversation. I think the first step is surveying what colleges have currently, right? There's some colleges are already actually Medi-Cal eligible through LEA Bob and other programs that are existing, but they're fairly small scale. So part of the conversation, I think at the end of the day, it will be more of a college's capacity building, but IEHP in the beginning will kind of provide that technical assistance to support.
Technical assistants are actually, will they have personnel at the college to provide services?
That is part of the conversation. I think Thomas and I have not gotten there yet. So we are knee deep right now on the enrollment side of it to kind of think about what that specifically will look like in terms of resources, college resources versus IEHP support. But I don't know, Thomas, if you can speak on typically when you're providing provider support around Medi-Cal enrollment, what does that look like?
Yeah, so Rebecca mentioned earlier that we have the state of serving all the community college in our area to understand their current capacity, such as, the health center, who provide the care there. Is that the MP? Is that the MD? Is there a basic EMR? What credential that the school have? So we have to understand the current state and then co-create the future state and identify the gap. So whatever the gap it is, we can provide technical assistance as well as, there are other options on the table as well that, without understand where we are today. I think the first step is understand where we are today to set that up for the future. And then you may know the community health worker program as well. And that is one of the brand new program that we introduced, and actually Department of Healthcare Services make it become a Medi-Cal benefit. And those CHW community health worker are embedded throughout the community to help our member navigate the care, to help the provider navigate all the billing or the service with Medi-Cal. So we plan to use that tool as an option to partner with community colleges.
And for those who aren't Medi-Cal eligible, does IHP also do Covered California?
Yes.
So, okay.
We just enter Covered California in 2024. Yes.
Okay, great. And I noticed you listed all the providers, but there weren't any hospitals listed. I presume you have contracts with all the major hospitals, and our students would have access to those?
We contract with all 38 hospitals located in the 2 counties. Every single hospital in the IE we have a contract with.
Thank you.
Adrienne?
Yes. So I saw that as of January 1st, this year, that adults in California ages 26 to 49 are eligible for Medi-Cal regardless of immigration status. So I'm curious since you all are reaching out to people who are Medi-Cal eligible, are there any partnerships that have been formed for that particular population, or do you have plans of forming partnerships in order to ensure to enrolling those students?
Absolutely. So that's definitely an area we want to focus on. So when we are looking at enrollment, obviously we understand that undocumented students and community members is a big gap. And through this new legislative change, it opens up more opportunities. So definitely.
So it seems like my district is also an example of this, because we opened up our Delta College Health Center just right before COVID. And it was very helpful. This partnership that we had, at least on the website right now, with the community medical centers, which I'm not an expert, but I believe it is run through the county. And it has been very successful in helping not just our students, but even college employees, especially when we needed access, of course, to vaccines. That was very helpful that it was on campus. Interestingly enough, when I actually had my vaccine, I asked the person who, because it was a fairly new center, who that person was, and it turned out to be a Delta College student, a nursing student, and so I was really impressed by that. And so I was wondering if, given our colleges that have various nursing programs, whether or not there's been some exploration regarding those type of partnerships, and definitely, helping again our students in our program, and helping students help other students as well is a tremendous opportunity.
Yeah, so that's actually a whole other opportunities that I feel like I'm been hiding from you guys until I develop something. But the conversation with Thomas and others really thinking about once our health center becomes Medi-Cal eligible provider, right? We're able to really enhance service offerings. Now, this is a great opportunity for us to really connect the demand side and the supply side of the conversation and make our health centers then becomes experiential learning labs for our students. So that applies to community health workers, nursing students, right? And then the new occupation under HCI, right? On wellness coaches. Those are all the opportunities. As our colleges develop curriculums and create the pipeline for our students, how do we really then have health centers to provide those services? Now, just as Thomas mentioned, these are all Medi-Cal eligible services we can get paid for, right? Sustainably.
I think I really love the presentation. I love to hear what's going on in different parts of California. My ears or my eyes really perked up when I heard about the Healthcare Scholarship Fund. I think I have a lot of friends who have started at community college and their end goal is to become a doctor or go somewhere in the health field. And I was wondering if I don't know if there's been some collaboration in that, because I know nursing is a big thing, but also some of our students do want to eventually become doctors. And I think the scholarship fund would be such a great opportunity, especially those who started at community college, needed financial aid the whole entire way. And if there's been anything, I don't know how to phrase the question, if you can go into more depth about that.
Yeah, so Thomas and I will talk. But I think another one, this reminds me of a conversation that, I kind of, on behalf of our system, is part of the HCI kind of workforce committee. And they often talk about the scholarship programs they offer for residents, especially specialty areas to, stay in a area of shortage, right? So our push has always been, but look, many of the community college students have self-select themselves out of the pipeline because of financial reasons by the time they get to medical school. So while the scholarships are helpful, but we really need to look at upstream pipeline and how do we better support our community college students who are aspired to become doctors or be in the healthcare field early on. So part of a little bit of a shameless plug, right? For this board, the burden-free instructional materials is really looking at, for example, CTE courses, then the equipment associated with these students entering into pipeline, removing barriers there. So we're thinking about, so yes, the conversations are happening, but what does that look like to better support the health of, I think the pipeline of our, healthcare professions in the city of California is definitely an important conversation.
I just want to add something on this. There's something called the California Medical Scholars Program that is overseen by our foundation, by the California Community College Foundation. And the idea is to connect community college students onto a pathway to become doctors. And they have regional hubs in various parts of the state. And so you might want to, if you have your friends, check that out, because they do kind of an open enrollment for students that are trying to get on that pathway.
One comment I just want to make that Pam reminded me of in her comments is, and I think this will be different throughout the state, but the who and the how are really important. And I hope on the front end, we're really engaging our students. I think, when you're talking about healthcare, when you're talking about a government program, who is communicating that to is really, really important. And I also think we often have this tendency where it's almost information overload, all these programs that we give our students instead of really being like, I think in advising, they call it intrusive advising, and making sure that we're helping them along the way, not just throwing it out there and then like, hey, figure it out, because it is very complex, most of it driven by federal law, so not exactly changeable. Hopefully, we can at least get a process in place that we could share with other districts, because I think it will have a slightly different flavor everywhere. But for its success, I think those are really the two key components in the beginning. Okay, with that, is there any public comments on this item?
Item 6.5 is now open for public comment. We would begin with public comments in Sacramento. President Costa, we have not received any in-person remarks and no hands are raised.
Great. Thank you so much for the presentation. Appreciate it. Next up, we're going to go to item 6.4, another Vision 2030 discussion. And this is regarding our associate degree for nursing expansion demonstration project.
I think Vice President of the Board, Hildy Aguinaldo, has some opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Chancellor. Good afternoon, colleagues. I am delighted to share some highlights from our recent Board of Governors retreat and provide an update on the Vision 2030 ADN expansion demonstration project. At our last meeting, we were introduced to the project by Rebecca Hansen from EdFund and Delta College. The objective of the project was to build, foster, and scale successful models that significantly increase the number of ADN graduates at California community colleges. The project will establish a statewide blueprint to increase ADN degree production, emphasizing collaboration with regulatory, labor, and employer partners, and engaging key strategies to expand ADN program capacities. Today, I am thrilled to announce that the Board of Registered Nursing, the BRN, and the Department of Healthcare Access and Information, HCI, are partnering with the California community colleges. HCI is committed to expanding equitable access to healthcare for all Californians, ensuring every community has the healthcare workforce they need, safe and reliable healthcare facilities, and health information that can help make care more effective and affordable. This collaboration exemplifies how significant systemic change can occur when large organizations unite to solve pressing issues. The BOG retreat, spanning a day and a half, featured several engaging activities. One notable session focused on immersive technology, where two of our very own board members experienced firsthand how this cutting-edge virtual reality technology is enhancing clinical experiences for our students. Immersive technology, including virtual and augmented reality simulations, offer nursing students more authentic learning experiences compared to traditional simulation-based education. This technology is vital in addressing the clinical training shortage by providing realistic, hands-on learning environments. The Board of Governors is extremely pleased that Chancellor Christian and Vice Chancellor Cordova have prioritized the ADN expansion as part of our Vision 2030 project. This initiative is critical for meeting the growing healthcare needs of our communities by expanding the pipeline of qualified nursing professionals. In conclusion, I want to express my gratitude for your continued support and dedication towards these transformative projects. Your commitment to innovation and collaboration is essential as we work towards our Vision 2030 goals. At this time, I will hand it back to Chancellor Christian to continue with the agenda.
And I'll hand it to Vice Chancellor Cordova.
Thank you for that warm and welcoming introduction. Great job. President, Vice President, Chancellor, board members, appreciate the opportunity. I get the privilege to give a little bit of a snippet and then turn it over to our colleagues and Nanette. So give you a quick little highlight of some of the community colleges, what we're talking about doing, right? Obviously, it's the enrollment of the growth component of it. Over the next 2 years, we're going to be able to highlight and really support the needs for our nursing throughout the state of California. And we're also going to do that by engaging in a multifaceted set of strategies. And those strategies, as what you guys were able to experience, is that the immersive technology, that immersive aspect of it, utilizing some of the simulation component of it, but it's really taking advantage of building upon our partnerships that we have and established. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Nanette. Nanette's our program director, and that's leading a lot of the initiatives that we're talking about implementing with the actual demonstration project itself. and she'll introduce our partners here to be able to present their organization.
Thank you, Tim. Oh, okay. Hi. So my name is Nanette Salveson, and my day job is that I'm a regional director for healthcare sector in the San Francisco Bay Area. So I'm part of the regional consortia, the Bay Area Community College Consortia. So you said so much of what I was going to say, so I'll definitely be within 3 minutes. So I want to talk about the strategic foundation for this initiative. The first was really to acknowledge and then partner with agencies with overlapping responsibilities for and interest in ensuring a strong, diverse pipeline of nurses in California. The California Board of Registered Nurses, also called the BRN, must approve any increase in admission capacity in nursing programs in community colleges. So it was vital to include them as partners in this work, to ensure that the colleges that are selected are in good standing with the BRN and that they've been approved for growth. Our second partner is Healthcare Access and Information, which you heard so much about just a minute ago, also called HCI. And they have a new deputy director with a real vision for using data, supply and demand data, to do meaningful long-term projections about shortage areas across the state. And we're so happy to partner with them because they're going to tell us where the shortage areas are for registered nurses. And our third partner is, you've heard from before, Rebecca Hansen. She's with the Education Fund. We want to partner with them because they have funding to pay for tuition, books, and other wraparound services for incumbent workers within SEIU and UHW who want to pursue a degree in nursing. So we are planning to launch this in 2 phases. The first phase would be to announce the colleges or the first group of colleges in June of 2024. So really soon. And those will be selected from across the state. The second tier, we're not going to announce until September or October of 2024. And that is, it's delayed because we're waiting for HCI and their data to be ready. So we have the most up-to-date data about where the RN shortages are across the state. And we want to be sure that, first of all, we're expanding admission capacity all across the state, but especially in areas where there's an RN shortage. And finally, I want to just point out that this project rolls up into many Vision 2030 goals, many of them. But the one I want to highlight is equity and access. And community colleges offer an incredibly low cost entry into the profession of nursing. And so that removes the barrier of cost for people who are not willing to take on a lot of student debt or are unable to access that kind of support. And there has been a demonstrable intentionality in community colleges achieving racial ethnic diversity in nursing students. And we have to have that to meet HCI's goal, really, of being able to have the nursing workforce reflect the populations that they are taking care of. So at this point, and this is my first time at the Board of Governors, so I'm not sure how this works, but we have Loretta Melby as our first speaker. She's the executive officer of the Board of Registered Nurses. Do I need to do something, Sonia? Okay. Oh, super. Hi, Lori.
Hello. I know that there is a slideshow. Will you guys be putting that up and advancing it?
I can. Oh, I can. Okay. Yes, Lori.
Thank you. I could share my screen as well. I just didn't know what we had as options.
Next slide.
There we go. Perfect. I'll have you go one more slide.
Next slide.
Thank you. And that kind of talked about the Board of Registered Nursing. There is some confusion over what we do. So I just wanted to make sure that we include our mission, vision, and values. the majority of what we do is nursing education, nursing licensure, nursing continuing education for licensure, and any kind of enforcement and discipline. Some of our public gets really confused, and I think we do staffing ratios and such too, and we don't. That lives with California Department of Public Health. We'll go ahead and advance the slide.
Next slide.
Thank you. Now, the Board of Registered Nursing is a 9-member board. It is put into place by having the legislator vote us in as a sunrise bill about every 4 years. They look at whether or not we're continued to be needed, and we get the governing laws through the Nurse Practice Act. There is the California Business Profession Code, and then any law, you kind of need a policy and procedure to carry it out. And so that would be our regulations, which is Title 16, California Code of Regulations. Those tell us specifically what we have to do for pre-licensure nursing programs and whether or not we can prepare nurses for licensure. So we'll go to the next slide.
Next slide.
Thank you. So we do oversee all pre-licensure nursing programs in California. We're at about 160 pre-licensure programs to date. Those are both BSN, ADN, as well as entry-level masters. 16 CCR 1423, that covers everything that they need to do to stay in good standing, is what Nanette said. And so that's the key, is with the mission of public protection, we cannot grow a school that is showing that there are any kind of academic difficulties. If they don't have enough resources, if they don't have enough faculty and clinicals, if they don't have enough funding, if their pass rates for first-time NCLEX test takers are not good, we cannot expand the growth, because no matter what your degree is, if you can't pass NCLEX, you can't be an RN. And you don't want a degree in student loan debt and no way to utilize that by being a nurse. And so we do watch all of those. We do look at accreditation, attrition, and on-time completion. And with the on-time completion, that's a little different than what everybody else looks at. Title IV funding looks at time and a half, and we look at 100% on time. So you will notice that our attrition rates on our website are slightly higher than what you would see normally submitted to Title IV. And then I do want to share the BRN School Interactive Dashboard. These are all links, they're on our website, that will tell you where schools are reporting they're having clinical difficulties and the reason they're losing clinical sites and what's going on. There's also another data portal that Department of Consumer Affairs covers that lets you know where every single RN is located throughout the state. They are mandated to let us know an address of record within 30 days of any move. And we can tell you where every RN has their address of record throughout our state. And we can tell you growth from year to year. We can tell you recession from year to year, or any area that has been equal. And so that data portal that DCA houses for us is very, very informative. So we'll go ahead and go to the next page. Excuse me. This is the law that specifically dictates what our board has to consider whenever a school comes in front of us to grow. And since you guys are talking about an ADN expansion, which includes growth, it behooves us to be aware of this. We do need to look at any factor that is related to the ability to adequately train students. And so a lot of people kind of go blank when we start putting in like legal and sections and codes and stuff that are in law. But these are the 5 factors that we are limited to when we have to look at whether or not a school can grow. So I just wanted to make sure that was there and shared. And then we'll advance to one more slide. This one here is really an interesting slide. You will see we oversee both public and private institutions. It is across the board. It is multiple different degrees. As we had said, we set licensing standards for California, not degree standards. There actually is no degree requirement for a nursing for a person to enter the nursing profession in California, you have to complete licensing requirements, and it's the same license requirement whether or not you're an ADN, BSN, or entry-level master's. There is nothing more for getting a more advanced degree other than general education courses, maybe some theoretical components, but not clinical, not hands-on, and not specific to nursing content. There are 33,000 students currently enrolled in our programs throughout the state. It is one of the largest nursing student population, and that makes sense when we have the largest nursing population in the nation as well, coming in over 500,000 nurses. The blue you will see is public schools. The orange are private colleges and universities, and the gray is the total. And so as Nanette had shared, the board does do enrollment increase approvals and denials or deferments on every person, every institution that wants to grow. And these here show in a very clear manner, I believe, the difference in growth that we have seen over the last 5 years, where the public institutions are the blue. You can see that they have not grown at the same pace as the private institutions have. And so I started sharing out this information, data makes sense, right? That's what you have to always look at. You can get a lot of hearsay, but the data speaks. And so these are the enrollment increases that our board has approved for every school that has come forward to ask for an enrollment increase from our board since 2018. And then my final slide is just a question slide. If anybody has any questions, I'm also happy to stay on and defer that so that there can be another presenter and we can all answer questions together at the end.
Thank you, Lori. We're going to have
Thank
questions at the end, right? Yep. Okay, super.
Okay.
Thank you, Lori.
Thank
If you
you.
can just stay on the line.
I
We'll
will.
have questions at
Yes.
the end. Okay.
Absolutely.
Next we have Libby Abbott. You need this? Deputy
Oh, no,
Director.
I'm okay. Thank you.
Deputy Director of Health Workforce at HCI.
Thank you so much, Nanette, and thank you for having me here today. Great to be with you all, and good afternoon. I do want to go through the slides, so we'll start with, I've already been introduced, Deputy Director for Health Workforce at the Department of Healthcare Access and Information, and I'm here to talk about a new partnership, an emerging partnership with California Community Colleges on using evidence to inform nursing workforce expansion. Next slide, please. So just briefly, a little bit about HCI. Seems like y'all are familiar. It's been mentioned a few times today, but we work to expand equitable access to quality and affordable healthcare for all Californians through resilient facilities, actionable information, and ensuring that every community has the health workforce that it needs. In the health workforce realm specifically, we're working to expand and develop our health workforces that serve medically underserved communities, as well as our Californians who access care through Medi-Cal, which is about 1/3 of our population. And then we're not just looking to kind of increase overall supply or even distribution. As Nanette mentioned earlier, one of our goals is to ensure that we achieve population concordance, or we work toward population concordance, meaning we want our workforce to look and speak like the folks that they serve, because we know that that improves health outcomes. Next slide, please. So we've touched on some of this already, but I really just wanted to highlight some of our shared goals around workforce development and health workforce development specifically. I think just importantly to lift up that we both take an equity lens, and we're really concerned with strategically expanding and diversifying our workforce. And that's because I like to think of it as serving a double bottom line. So we're both equitably increasing access to healthcare, and we're equitably increasing access to training and economic development opportunities for those folks who enter the healthcare workforce. Next slide, please. So as you've heard today, California Community Colleges have committed to strategically expand their associate degree in nursing programs. And at the same time, HCI has recently announced the development, next slide, please, of a strategic planning process so that we might have an evidence-driven and statewide strategy for California's nursing workforce. So our goal here is not just to produce a strategy for HCI, but to be the thought partners and thought leaders in the state who can help us think about our future vision and what we need to work toward collectively as partners in the space.
So excellent timing and these two pieces coming together. Next slide, please. So I'm going to explain a little bit about how we're approaching the strategic planning process, what kind of evidence we're going to produce, and then how we see that coming together with the ADN demonstration project. So HCHI's nursing workforce strategy will be anchored in supply, demand, and pipeline modeling for the nursing workforce. And we're going to look specifically at 8 nursing roles, including registered nurses. So what do I mean by that? So starting with the demand piece, we're going to start by looking about 10 years out. We know it takes time to build a workforce. As Secretary Galley once said to me, health workers don't grow on trees. So we need to take a longer view and really think about what are our future goals and how do we make progress toward them. So we'll be forecasting demand for the nursing workforce. We'll do that by looking at factors such as population growth, changes in burden of disease, changes in patterns of care utilization. And that should give us a picture of what we think demand for nurses will look like across the state. So we're not just looking at a state level aggregate, we're also going to look at sub-state level demand. Then we want to look at supply. So first, we'll start by saying, if we didn't change too much, what do we think the supply of nurses would look like in 10 years? So that's based on sort of historic trends in growth and expansion. Loretta Melby just showed us a slide of what some of those trend lines look like. So we'll be pulling some of that data in to inform our assumptions. And then I can predict that we'll see a gap. The demand for the nursing workforce will be greater than our forecasted supply, likely for most of these 8 roles we're looking at. And we're going to look at that picture at the state level, and we're also going to look at it at the sub-state level so we can see which regions have the biggest care gap. Next slide, please. Working backwards from that, so we will have identified what we call the care gap, which in these 2 charts is the little pink bar. And our goal is to close that care gap so that the supply of nurses meets the demand for each role type and each region. So we have to ask ourselves, how do we do that? There are a number of different levers we can pull, but in almost all cases that I've ever seen in my career, the number one factor that drives supply is training supply. So the question becomes, how much do we need to scale training capacity in order to close our care gap? And that's where our partnership comes in. So over the next 5 to 6 months, we're going to have these results that we're really excited to share with the California community colleges that will show which regions need to scale how much in which specific types of training programs for nursing. And then we can share those data and hopefully use those as HCHI and as California community colleges and with our other partners to inform targeted investments and make sure we're making the best use of our funds to make a real difference in our double bottom line. Thank you.
Thank you. That was excellent. And now Rebecca Hansen, Executive Director of the Education Fund.
Thank you. And it's so great to be back. Thanks for the opportunity to be here today. This is a hard act to follow. I'm really excited about the HCHI data too. As you all may remember, I'm Rebecca Hansen. I'm the Executive Director of the SEIU Joint Employer Education Fund, as well as the Shirley Ware Education Center. We serve a workforce of 100,000 allied health workers, many of them interested in pursuing and currently in RN programs, training programs, many of them pursuing them at the private colleges, the online schools, the schools that are more expensive, of sometimes questionable quality. So we're really excited about this expansion and opportunities and the vision that 2030 has, and really, both the equity and access and also the equity and support. This is where we can align the resources that we have across 22 employers, 4 different SEIU locals in the state, really looking for opportunities where we can co-invest systematically in building programs that serve our diverse workforce. Many of the students that we support at the Education Fund join healthcare in an entry-level role. While 80% of them are women, over 70% are workers of color, we see that many of them have been out of school maybe for 10 years, right? There's a lot of opportunity to really tailor through this expansion programs that allow workers to continue earning a wage while they are in school, addressing the barriers of time and money. So we're committed to partnering in this project to provide tuition support, to provide wraparound support, to really help prepare learners so that they are ready, with their prereqs and with the kind of coaching and support they need throughout the program to be successful. So with that, I'll pass it back to Nanette.
Okay, thank you. One thing I forgot to mention is that we have MOUs in process with all 3 organizations, and shouldn't be too much longer before we have them signed. So I think we open the floor for questions now.
Great, thank you. Colleagues, any questions or comments for our panelists? Board Member Salas.
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you for this excellent report on a very critical workforce need and a consumer need, quite frankly. And I was on the healthcare committee in the California State Assembly 14 years ago. Time flies. But at that time, we were talking about the critical need for nurses and the shortages. And it seems like nothing moves, right? So at that time, there were a couple of issues that were hindering the expansion of the programs. One was that an RN that would be qualified to be an instructor could earn a lot more money doing the work of being a nurse. And then the second one was that, of course, you couldn't expand the programs because you didn't have enough teachers. And then the other part of it was their ability to actually get clinical hours. Has any of that changed?
So I think, Lori, you're probably best positioned to answer that.
There's a lot going on right now. The first thing that we did with our Sunrise bill is we changed the clinical requirement. Previously, there were 18 semester units that were required for clinical in order to be licensed in California, and 75% of that had to be in direct patient care. Our board took a vote and we pursued to change that to 500 hours as a kind of minimum and not do 75%. With that 500 hours, it makes it about 45-65 kind of split. Sorry, 45-55 split. Not quite 50% that's allowed in sim, but a good amount that is allowed to be done in simulation. By bringing that down to the minimum, and one of the positive things that came out of COVID was a lot of programs dropped their minimum clinical standards down to our minimums. With that, some community colleges, including some private colleges and university as well, had greater than 18 units of clinical that were required for the students to graduate. And so when the world kind of paused and students were not able to progress and graduate as planned, they realigned their curriculum to bring it down to the 18 unit minimum. And then with the change in the law to be 500 hours as the minimum, that is allowed for less need for direct patient care clinical practice and has opened that up for some expansion and for current programs to kind of look at their current clinical partnerships and reevaluate how they're utilizing them to make it much more efficient and able to accommodate more students. The other thing that is changing is faculty quals. We have a minimum faculty qual in California where the board approves it. There are 3 entries into clinical faculty, and one is a clinical teaching assistant, the next is assistant instructor, next is instructor. The community college did take a look at that, and that is moving forward to have their minimum quals align with our minimum quals that are set for the state. And that makes it a little more competitive for the community colleges as well as our private universities and colleges. And there is a lot of work that I'm aware of that's going on to look at the laws that were passed in Washington State in 2019 that allowed for faculty wages to be reimagined, where they brought up the faculty wage with all community colleges as well as the state universities to be comparable to what you would see at as a bedside nurse. Now, we can't get involved in that, but I did share that information out and those laws that were changed in 2019 that allowed for that. One additional thing is we, as the board, have a sponsored law bill right now, that we're hoping to become law soon, going through the, the legislative process this year. And when, and I'm going to say this in a positive stance, because if you bring it into the world, sometimes it happens. When that passes, come January, the RN can apply directly to the BRN to get approved as faculty. And they will not have to go through a school in order to get submitted to the board for approval for faculty. We're really hoping that that attracts more people into the academic part of nursing. And then we've tied that to their license. Since it is a license, you have to have a licensed RN to be able to teach in a nursing program. That ties us to that data I shared earlier, where we have the address of record for every RN. So we will be able to gather regional data as well as statewide data of where our nursing faculty are and what specialty areas they can be approved for. And that should help with planning for any kind of academic growth, where we'll know where the faculty are and what is there. And we've made it easier to be accessible. So lots of things happening, but not soon enough, as we always see.
Thank you, Lori. So I do want to make one comment though about what you said. So you saw the astronomical growth of private schools. Every time a private school grows, they take clinical placements. They require clinical placements for their growth. When they move into a new area, often community college programs are pushed out. And there's no simpler way to say it. And so as long as private schools continue to grow and community colleges are not growing with them, more and more students go there. They need more and more clinical placements, and they have more options for interactions with the clinics than the community colleges do. And also in terms of another property that's going to happen when these colleges that are selected for the pilot happens, is they're going to start meeting with each other. And some of them have come up with some pretty creative ways. I'll just share what one college is doing. And so I'm looking forward to them sharing strategies that they're using on their own college campuses to address this. One college honestly lost 7 faculty during COVID, and they reduced their admission capacity by 50%. But when they got their administrators together and looked at the loss to the college in terms of the goals that the college have for students, and also FTES, apportionment, and so on, they decided to develop an MOU where nurses could be hired at level 13 rather than start, or step 13, rather than start at step 1. So it's a much more competitive salary. Now, I don't know if every college can do that, but it does show that where there's a will, there is some way, sometime. And also, Lori referenced this, that we have just had at the Academic Senate, there was the minimum quals for nursing faculty was changed from being strictly community college min quals, which requires a master's degree to teach, to being aligned with the BRN, which allows baccalaureate prepared nurses to teach as long as they're under the supervision of a master's prepared nurse. That really opens up the pool of available nurses and diversifies the nursing faculty, because there's a much higher pool of diverse nurses who have baccalaureate's degree than masters. So I feel like we're making incremental changes in this space, but there simply is no doubt that the rise in the private sector is an especially difficult challenge.
And when you're talking about the rise in the private sector, you're talking about for-profit schools that guarantee a quicker educational experience to get out.
Well, I don't know that it's quicker. I'll have to ask Lori about that, but it's hugely expensive.
Yes.
First of all. And Lori, I'm going to let Lori speak to this, but at least in the last student report that the BRN published, there were more schools than at any time before reported that they had been offering some sort of payment for clinical placements. That is not allowed by public colleges. So it's an unequal playing field, and community colleges are really suffering because of it. So Lori, do you want to speak to that?
So just on the numbers that I presented today, just for public and private, I did not separate out the private colleges and universities from for-profit or not for-profit. So they are grouped together. So it is public versus private, and that's what the numbers show. Any of the schools, including community colleges, can fast track. That's an option. They can do accelerated tracks, et cetera. And we do have some students who finish a bachelor's degree in just over 2 years. That does occur. And then there are a bunch of accelerated pathways as well. What we do see with our private colleges and universities is they tend to partner with healthcare institutions. They get tuition discounts. They agree to take on their nursing assistants or their LVNs, and they give them kind of priority entrance into their schools, and they will bring their theory class, on-campus theory into their hospital setting, even, and use their conference rooms as instructional areas so that people don't have to move. So they're being very creative on how they can partner with the schools in there. There was a statement that says they pay for clinical placements. We've received some complaints. None of those have been validated yet. But I did want to be very clear that there it is innocent until proven guilty, that we do have to follow our law with that. But it is on our law that was actually put through with our Sunrise bill as well, that it is illegal to pay for clinical placements. However, what we do see is this partnership. We do see donations to foundations. We do see a lot of things that they donate simulation supplies, high fidelity mannequins that are very expensive, etc. And so those are some of the things that are starting to be looked at to see whether or not we can do anything to redirect them in a way to make things more equitable.
Well, that's good, because what I'm hearing is that we haven't been able to negotiate with these hospitals or other clinical areas in order to do that. But we do have the ability, I hope, to do that. And it certainly seems like we need to address a lot of new legislation in order to level that playing field.
A lot of new legislation coming through, yes.
Yeah, well, that's good. That's good to know. And it's good to know that it's a lot better than it was 14 years ago.
I'd like to think it is.
Some other things aren't.
I wanted to share an example from the ground level. So Los Angeles Harbor College has a really excellent nursing program, and it's known in the community, often having 100% NCLEX pass rates with the students, but they only have the capacity for 50 students. And 70% of our incoming students express interest in the nursing program. So we're talking about 1,050 students interested on this side of the pipeline, and an industry that is in dire need of nurses, and their inability to get through because of capacity. And because of that capacity issue that we have, we counselors are often looking very wide and far, just like the students are, and we are looking at those NCLEX pass rates and helping determine where would we recommend from our excellent program that students also apply, because they need to put their name in so many different hats: county, the private programs, other community colleges. And in the admissions process, it comes down to, once they've filtered through who's eligible, sometimes it's a lottery. In order to go into a career path, that's wild. That shouldn't be and especially in one that has so much demand, that just shouldn't be so I'm really, really heartened by all the work that you all are doing. It's so important. And I'm specifically curious because I'm always looking at the NCLEX pass rates, and I've seen some programs expand and keep that quality and keep those pass rates, especially our community colleges. Shout out to us. But I'm wondering, what are the numbers that you're looking at when these expansions happen in terms of pass rates in order to keep expanding?
I think that's a Lori question.
It is. I can answer that. It's in our law. So in our regulations, we state that a school must be above 75% for every one of their first-time test takers to pass. So if you have 100 students graduating, 75 of those must pass on the first try. We don't want them to have to keep repeating and repeating and repeating, because every time they repeat, the further out, the knowledge isn't as sharp, and that's more expense. So it is a 75 first-time test taker. However, when we're looking at enrollment growth, we do not have to stick with 75%. If we see trends that are going downwards, so maybe they were 100% 3 years ago, and this year they're 80%, well, that's a red flag for us to look at. You're not below our threshold, which means you're not breaking the law, but it doesn't mean that you're doing well enough to expand right now. So if you have a 20% drop in 2 years, we're going to look at that even though you haven't fallen below the threshold. But one thing I do want to point out to you, LA Harbor is actually approved for 80 students a year. And it's interesting to me to hear that you guys are enrolling 50 students a year. And that is a very interesting thing that we've now discovered, where our colleges and universities, because of their lack of resources, even though they have the approval to do 80, they can't, because they don't have faculty, they don't have clinical sites, they don't have the resources to do that. And that becomes problematic when you're looking at it from an academic institution because of the prerequisites as well. There was one community college that gave us information that says a student getting into a nursing program that wants to get an associate degree can take up to 21 general education courses to get there. And if you remove a nursing program or you don't grow your nursing program, you can in fact affect 21 general education courses at a community college level. And so if you have a program where they don't grow or they close, that has a huge effect on the community.
Yes, everything you brought up is exactly the kinds of barriers. There's the actual physical space also, with adequate supplies and resources in order for the students to be able to do the work they need to do. And then our college, we tend to, each year we have this process of putting forth a list of which disciplines we want to hire full-time faculty in. And every year, it seems like we're looking for 2 nursing faculty, and it is hard just to find 2. To expand to that level. So all of these solutions that you all are coming up with, this will, where there's a will, there's a way. I'm very excited about it and looking forward to all the change that will come. Thank you for your work.
Right. And I can just make a general comment about in the Bay Area. Immediately after the pandemic, I did a really careful survey. We had 40 open nursing faculty positions and countless number of failed searches, even to the extent that on that college campus, I actually heard a dean tell a nursing program director that she didn't recommend the nursing program for faculty because she knew you wouldn't be able to fill it. So we're not even going to approve a nursing faculty for you. So, and also I've heard exactly what you just said about, because the programs are so impacted, counselors now really caution, particularly students of color, not to be, they caution them, almost directing them away from nursing because of the unlikeliness that they're going to be admitted so quickly because of how impacted the classes are. So we've heard that from counselors as well.
Right. And on the student side, you can imagine, we had a demonstration project presentation here not too long ago where they said that through the dual enrollment process, the students were completing almost all of their nursing prerequisites and only had 2 classes left after graduating high school, which is amazing. But for most of our students, we're talking about putting in 2.5 years of coursework, having great grades, and then not having a space for you.
Right. That's right.
So thank you so much for your presentation. I'm going to start at the end part. But before I do that, I want to congratulate SEIU for helping us re-envision who we need to start with relative to your union constituencies. And because it's going to fill a need that is not being filled currently, and that is nurses of color. And we talk about diversity, and I want to narrow that and sort of call it racial diversity and ethnic diversity, because where there is, and if we are going to do anything for communities, very specifically, we have got to focus in on that. In places as big as Los Angeles and as diverse as Los Angeles, we have hospitals in which there is not a Spanish-speaking person on a floor. Multiple times, multiple floors. That's a travesty because it means that the patients are not being served. And I absolutely, and let me also say that if we're going to be honest about that, Now I'm speaking to our colleges. Los Rios has two nursing programs, Sacramento City College and American River College, and they're always at the very top in terms. They have taken seriously this need to make certain that you get 98, 99% success rate. And that's on the one hand, wonderful. On the other hand, they're also looking for people who can make that 98, 99%. And they don't necessarily look like me. They don't necessarily look like Latinos and Native students. And that's where we need to focus. And if we are not, there is no question in this, and I apologize, but I have cared about the nursing program in the 25 years I've served as a trustee. And while we are doing wonderful things, I don't see myself reflected in the graduating classes. And so there needs to be a conscious effort in this project to make certain that there's over-representation. And because if we're talking about equity, it has to be over-representation in order to meet our needs for this state. And so I think I need to say that publicly and out loud so that nobody's surprised relative to that, because it means that our student population has to change relative to who we're accepting in. And then there was one other point I wanted to make, and I can't remember it now because I've gotten on a thing. I'll leave it at that. But the work that SEIU needs to do, and I know that we tried it at Sac City, and we didn't, and we worked with a local union relative to that, and they had placements in corrections. They had, but I understand the 75%. What I want us to recognize is that for many of our students, they are not coming in as 18-year-olds. They're coming in with work experience and they're coming in with families. And so getting 98% is an unfair expectation. I'm just going to say it out loud. It is unfair. And so, and that's not necessarily for me a diminution of their quality to do their work, do the work when they are in the hospital, when they're in the settings. And so I think we have to change our perspective on who's going to be successful in these programs, and not just that they've got this grade at 98% or 90%. Thank you.
Before we close out the discussion, I just have to tell you that I've spent a lot of time in hospitals this past 2 years. I've got a daughter that's really suffering from cancer, and she's been in emergency rooms, and she's been in Jacobs Cancer Center in San Diego. And I have to tell you that nurses really have a calling, and the nurses that I've encountered, every single one of them have this passion for and compassion for their patients. They have a terrible workload, and yet they just provide the best of service and care to the people that really, really need it. I think our investment in nursing and other medical professions, and I'm talking about CNAs to all of them, every single one of them. They work so hard, and we really need to appreciate them. And I think I never had a greater appreciation until I had that personal contact and spending so much time and seeing the work that they do. So if you have any way to communicate to the nurses how valuable, and the triteness of the COVID was essential worker, right? They've always been essential to us. And so if you can just communicate to them that, people like me, like my daughter, are going to be forever grateful to them. I love the doctors. They have that knowledge, but it's that personal touch of the nurse that really does the real tough work. It's amazing that they do this, and they continue to do their work, where they could go to some other easier profession. But again, it's a vocation and it's a calling, and we need to do all that we can do to support them.
I'll be brief. I just want to thank you for your presentation. And I just wanted to kind of put a exclamation on a point, and that's about the fact that representation is important. I have a cousin who now is the president of the National Medical Association. She says the health disparities for people of color is still significant. And I think that what we know is that when people look like you that are serving you, you get better service, and that they notice that the number of people of color that actually get through medical school as well as nursing school is pretty dire. And so I think this is really a great opportunity for us to lead the way again in changing with that the complexion of, if you will, of the nursing profession and the impact that it can have on the state of the people in California. So I want to thank you for your work and continue a good job. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to open it up to any public comment on the item.
The public comment period on item 6.4 is now open. President Costa, we have not received any in-person remarks and no hands are raised.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Appreciate it. Next up, we have our next information item, which is item 6.2, State Budget May Revision Update and System Request Process.
Good afternoon, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, members of the board, Chancellor Christian. It's an honor to be here. And then, of course, coming from that inspirational, informational item. Thank you, Member Salas, for sharing that with us. We are here to present item 6.2. And so I want to start off with a lot of gratitude. Gratitude to this board for supporting Chancellor Christian and implementing Vision 2030 and adopting it with urgency. It's the reason why you are going to hear a presentation on the May Revise, which adopts many of the priorities and the hard work of our colleges and our districts as we proceed in this work. And I also want to start with a lot of gratitude to, of course, Governor Newsom as our president. President Costa shared with all of you and our chancellor shared this morning, a lot of support in recognizing the incredible role of California's community colleges as we advance economic development in the state. And then I want to end and transition to a lot of gratitude to our incredible team, specifically Vice Chancellor O'Brien and our Vice Chancellor Rena Finch, who is representing us today at ACBO, the Association of Business Officials in our entire system. So that is where she is this morning and tomorrow as well. And I just want to make sure that I acknowledge all the hard work that has come in from all of our partners. Every year we partner to create our system analysis of the May Revise. So I want to recognize Larry Galizio and his team at the League, who is a key partner in ensuring that we can publish that analysis in less than 2 hours. As of course, our ACBO colleagues and then ACA as well. I want to hand this presentation over to Vice Chancellor O'Brien. We are extremely confident and really grateful for him stepping up into this role. We just went through our first May Revise hearings last week. The next 2 weeks, but especially this week, are really critical as we head into the final meetings. And we look forward to hearing your feedback, but of course, answering all of your questions at the end of this item.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Good afternoon, board members. David O'Brien, Vice Chancellor of Government Relations, and very pleased, as Dr. Gonzalez noted, as Chancellor Christian noted earlier, to present an update on the May revision of the governor's proposed state budget. So we can move to the next slide. So on Friday, May 10th, Governor Newsom released the May revised budget proposal. For those that are new to the process, aka not the board president. The governor issues 2 budget proposals per year, the first in January, which sort of sets the tone for the major priorities the governor's administration want the legislature to consider. And then in May, a revised proposal based on the income tax revenue the state has received following the April income tax filing deadline. So as you may have seen, the budget this year is framed by significant revenue volatility, that's a tough word, relating to a couple of different situations, some of which may come up. One of which was last year's multiple extensions of the income tax filing deadline, which you may recall the Internal Revenue Service provided to California in light of the major rainstorms that our state faced. And then the second of which relates to ongoing disruptions in the tech sector due to our income tax system being heavily dependent on capital gains and stocks. So the May revise includes significant spending cuts to state government operations, reductions to programs, and pauses new investments to address a projected deficit of about $28 billion. And it is being framed as a multi-year approach to transform these anticipated shortfalls into a reserve surplus for both the 2024-25 fiscal year, which is starting July 1st, and then the 2025-26 fiscal year next year. So it is addressing about $56 billion worth of solutions for both of those 2 years. For context, our total state budget, when you count special funds and things outside of the general fund, comes to about $400 billion. So it is a substantial state revenue shortfall being dealt with. But as the chancellor noted, we're very, very pleased to see, as it was in January, that the governor's budget does not include any cuts to core programs offered by the community colleges, ensuring that our colleges can continue to serve students without disruptions. We can move to the next slide. So in terms of those core commitments, a few highlights just want to note for you. The Me Revise continues to move us towards full implementation of the student-centered funding formula. As you may recall, what that means is that's the 2024-25 funded amount under the SCFF will become the new floor for all colleges. And then starting in 2025-26, colleges will either be funded at their SCFF calculated amount or at the 2024-25 amount. But critically, there will not be a COLA applied to that 24-25 amount. So it becomes sort of a new hold harmless, if you will, but with a built-in incentive for colleges to continue moving towards meeting the SCFF metrics. The Me Revise also continues the governor's proposal to provide $60 million annually for each of the next 5 years to expand our system's nursing program capacity, as well as our BSN nursing partnerships. And then it continues to propose funding our affordable student housing projects through a new and somewhat wonky and complex mechanism known as a statewide lease revenue bond. The trailer bill language for that was just released by the administration middle of last week, so we're still analyzing how that would work. But the sort of high-level takeaway is that it does allow for this program to continue and for all but, I believe, 3 of our proposed projects to be funded via the statewide lease revenue bond, with the remainder being funded via cash. Next slide, please. As noted, the Me Revise continues to fund essential programs and services in the community college system with inflationary adjustments to address growing costs in areas such as healthcare, pensions, energy, and salaries. It actually increases the cost of living adjustment from the 0.76% amount that was provided in the January to 1.07%. Maintains an expected 0.5% enrollment growth, but with a slight reduction based on Department of Finance estimates of what our FTES will look like next year. Next slide, please. As the chancellor noted, we were especially grateful to see 4 one-time spending proposals from the administration that are reflective of some of the priorities in Vision 2030 that this Board of Governors adopted, with a focus on ensuring economic mobility for low-income working adult learners. So I won't go into detail about each of those, but you can see that the administration is proposing to provide funding for eTranscript California, for our Common Cloud Data Platform project, for our credit for prior learning work to scale that up statewide, and for our Pathways for Low-Income Workers demonstration project that is our partnership with the United Domestic Workers that this board heard about a few months ago. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, despite the advocacy led by our students regarding the true cost of college, the cost of attendance, and unmet need that Vice Chancellor Ron O'Shaughnessy was talking about a couple of items ago, the administration does not propose to provide funding for the Cal Grant Reform Act this year. You may recall that this was a more equitable financial aid structure that was put into statute a couple of years ago with what was called a trigger built in, to say that if it was determined that there was sufficient revenue to provide the funding for this expansion of eligibility in the 2024-25 budget, that it would go ahead and be funded, but otherwise it would not. And not surprisingly, given the state's revenue situation, the administration has determined that there is not sufficient revenue to fund the Cal Grant Reform Act in this year's budget. We will, of course, continue to advocate for investments that address the true cost of success for community college students. It's our position, along with the Student Senate for California Community Colleges, which has led so much of this work, that we cannot be student success champions unless we're unapologetic about inequitable access to financial aid and other student support systems. Next slide, please. Another piece that the chancellor addressed that you may have heard about is that in order to address state agency operations costs, the May Revise proposes an across the board reduction to virtually every state agency's operation costs of just under 8%. That's what's known as an unallocated cut, meaning that it becomes up to the agency to determine where and how to achieve those savings. And it also proposes permanently eliminating about 10,000 state employee positions that are currently vacant in order, again, to achieve significant savings. We're still analyzing what the likely impact of this proposed reduction would be to the chancellor's office. As I think board members are aware, we're a fairly lean operation here at the chancellor's office. It's worth noting as the person who sort of takes in a lot of this information in the government relations division, that on average, between newly enacted legislation and the state budget, our agency takes on about 10 to 20 new programs, initiatives, or mandates per year that added to our operational portfolio that sort of vary in terms of how much workload they add, what's required, whether it's regulations, guidance, new positions, et cetera. 2 years ago, this board did support a successful effort to basically do what we call a true up of our agency operational needs with the recent, sort of expansion of our responsibilities and oversight established by the legislature. And as a result of that, we were successful in having 26 positions added to the agency. But even just since then, worth noting that we have had new roles and responsibilities added through the budget and legislation, including AB 1705, which was a significant expansion of our agency's role in monitoring the progress colleges are making around equitable placement and completion, new supports for student parents, oversight of basic needs centers and basic needs center funding, oversight of full-time faculty funds and efforts to diversify campus and campus staff and faculty ranks, and more. And so we are analyzing this proposed reduction in the context of the major expansion of sort of responsibility and roles that the chancellor's office has taken on in recent years and communicating that with the Department of Finance. Next slide, please. I want to note, as Dr. Gonzalez mentioned, thanks to the partnership of ACCA, Association of California Community College Administrators, ACBO, the Chief Business Officers Association, and the Community College League of California, we have put out our joint analysis of the governor's May revised budget. That is available on our website. I believe it's been shared with you in its own email, board members, but if not, we'll make sure to get that to you. That is a just sort of succinct 26 page, have it open right here in case you have any questions. This was an open book, open note test, I was told. So it's a succinct 26 page analysis of the budget that we put out every time there's a new change. So we do one for the governor's January budget, the May revise, and then the enacted budget. So that is available at this time. And then one more slide, please. Last reminder, especially fun, is that there is some overlap between finishing out really the most critical portion of our upcoming year budget negotiations and preparing for next year's. So as we do every year, the Chancellor's Office will be preparing and bringing before this board a system budget and legislative request intended to encompass our major priorities for the whole system for, and I can't believe I'm saying these numbers, the 2025-26 budget and legislative year. We develop that through a consultative process. So we begin with our consultation council in June. We will provide an opportunity for the board to provide input and feedback because it is your request. We further refine that in August with a special workshop of our consultation council. We invite other stakeholders, including districts and CEOs, to submit items for consideration. And then finally, we present it to the Board of Governors in September for approval. And the system budget request really frames our major priorities for the forthcoming year. We start by kind of going back and looking at what did not get funded in the previous years. So that concludes the presentation, and we're happy to take any questions.
Colleagues, any questions or comments regarding either the May revise or the system budget proposal for 25-26? Board member Epstein.
I just have a really quick question. The budget assumes a 0.5% enrollment increase, but Chancellor Christian is projecting a much higher enrollment increase. What happens if the enrollment is much higher? Do we still just get our 0.5%?
It's a very complex process that essentially involves looking at budgets from a multi-year perspective and going back and getting some additional costs kind of trued up after we get final enrollment figures. But typically, and again, I'm not necessarily privy as to the why behind this, but typically the percentage enrollment growth that the Department of Finance puts in the budget is generally much lower than the actual amount, at least it has been for the past several years. And we work with them throughout the year to make sure that they have the most recent data that we have, basically.
So they adjust it if it comes in much higher than they projected.
Yes, but I believe that's later.
So our chancellor's office is looking at a 8% sort of staff reduction. And how does that play against the governor saying they want to just absolutely delete 10,000 jobs? Is there some criteria for making that determination that's different than we got 26 positions, and so I'm hoping there's not the expectation that some of those 10,000 jobs will be part of this 8% reduction. Oh, hush up! I didn't ask you.
It's on top, as I understand the action, which is in the early action budget proposal, which was passed a while ago. There was the sweeping of the positions. The May revise proposes making that permanent. In addition, there is a close to 8% reduction. It could be personnel, it could be travel. It's an unallocated cut that I understand Chancellor's office will work with the Department of Finance if it's approved over the fall on what exactly those component pieces are.
Thank you so much for that. Despite how I initially responded, thank you so much for that information. I need to be more patient. So the question I then have is that we have some vacancies in positions that we do expect to fill. Will that be allowed in this process as candidates come forward? I'm looking at you. I'm so sorry. Whoever is willing to answer that question.
Happy to answer that question, Member Haynes. Well, first, you should know that Chancellor Christian has been very clear that the capacity in this agency is really important to ensuring that our districts and colleges can advance Vision 2030. And as a result, in our May revise hearing last week, we were able to share with the administration and, of course, the hearing committee members that in past years, our agency has been exempted from prior reductions. If you recall, there were 2 other years during the pandemic when reductions were expected. And so in that hearing, we actually shared that our community college system office has 200 positions authorized, serving nearly 2 million students, while our CSU partners operate a 700 position chancellor's office, serving 500,000 students in 23 campuses. And our UC colleagues at their system office have 2,000 positions serving 300,000 students in 10 different campuses. I share that with you in terms of context because they continue to be conversations with the administration. While we are offering that, we know that there are no additional details in terms of the positions that are outlined in these slides that would impact this agency. So to your question around which and what positions, those are conversations with the Department of Finance. There are certain positions that are required in state agencies, and so those would not be a part of those conversations. In regards to the nearly 8%, I can tell you how we have kind of figured those out in prior years, right? So everything from real estate. So you may recall that we used to occupy a lot of real estate in the 4th floor. So liquidating some of those things. Travel is another area that is cut. Printing, but we are already a lean organization. What I can tell you is I heard the prior presenter say where there is a will, there is a way. And boy, are we willing to try, not just during the May revise, but to continue to serve our districts and our colleges. So know that we are not just having conversations with the administration, but also our legislative leaders so that they understand the context in which we operate. Having said that, we need to be extremely realistic because this does impact all state agencies. It does impact our UC and CSU partners. Everyone is on the same boat. While we may have a different reality, right, in prior years,
But know that under Chancellor Christian, we are fierce advocates for our districts, our colleges, and of course, the Chancellor's office.
Vice Chancellor O'Brien, can you talk to me a little bit more about the Proposition 98 Rainy Day Fund as an adjustment, I guess, as you mentioned, as to address, of course, inflation and whatnot. And I was wondering where Proposition 55 may actually fit in that, if it does actually fit in that. So I was wondering if you could provide some context to that, given that it will address the multi-year budget deficit. I mean, we're talking about next year too, which is going to be a very difficult situation that our system may in fact face. So thank you.
Board member, as somebody who prides myself on remembering every bill number and initiative number, it pains me to say I'm not quite sure I could just be Prop 55 ringing a bell. 98, obviously we know. So the governor proposes to essentially deplete, it's called the Public School System Stabilization Account, PSSSA. The governor proposes to essentially deplete that account in order to fund the minimum guarantee, as well as a somewhat controversial maneuver regarding Proposition 98 that affects both K-12 and community colleges. But yeah, I mean, that is one of the things that the Legislative Analyst's Office has been pushing back on in Budget Committee testimony and recommendations, is the use of reserves to pay for ongoing spending. So there are some sort of contested maneuvers and proposals the administration is making in this budget in an attempt to keep our system as whole as possible.
Thank you.
Yeah.
In next year's budget, CCC applies, one-time funding. I know that you still have to go through consultation council, but I have to say it is such a pain point for me, I think for our districts and specifically for our students. And I just know it's going to be a long-term project for us to do it properly and correctly, because it's not just about picking it, it's also about working with our districts and some of the change management that will have to happen. And so anyway, for me, that's a priority. With that, is there any comments from the public on this item?
The public comment period in item 6.2 is now open. We will begin with comments in Sacramento. You will have 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Vice President Aguinaldo to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
Thank you very much. We have 2 comments here. The first from Wendy Brill Winecoop, who will speak first, and second from Larry Galizio, who will speak second.
Hello, everybody. Still Wendy Brill Winecoop, President of the Faculty Association of California Community Colleges. FAC acknowledges California's difficult budget climate and expresses gratitude that the May revise preserves community college funding and prioritizes stability. The projected budget deficit necessitates careful consideration of resource allocation. FAC appreciates the proposed 1.07 COLA for community college apportionments. However, we are concerned that some of the proposed budget decisions will negatively impact students, particularly those from historically underserved communities. We urge extending the COLA to more categorical programs. In its advocacy efforts with the governor and the legislator, categorical programs are vital in bridging equity gaps and should be adequately funded. FAC also urges the impact of reductions to student financial aid. The proposed cuts to CalWORKs programs and another delay is implementing Cal Grant reform will create significant barriers for our students. FAC strongly advocates prioritizing student financial aid to ensure that financial need does not limit students' ability to achieve their educational goals. FAC remains committed to collaborating with the Board of Governors, the legislature, and the governor to advocate for budgets that balance fiscal responsibility with the needs of our community college students.
President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, members of the board, Larry Galizio with the league. First, I want to, and I don't know where he went, but Want to recognize student trustee Paul Medina for his consistently thoughtful advocacy and collegiality throughout his service. So I also want to, on behalf of the league, congratulate Dr. Linda Vasquez for persevering through her doctoral degree while working extremely hard with the gentleman to my left. And I also want to recognize member Gomez Heitzberg, who is now the president of the league's trustee board. And there he is. All right. So I said nice things about you, member Medina. It's on tape. It's on tape. So anyway, so this $8.8 billion maneuver, which is, I love that term, in the governor's May revision, means there's a lot of uncertainty. And as I'm sure everybody here knows, there's K-12 management and labor groups that are threatening legal action. And so legislative leadership some of them are quite skeptical of the maneuver. So there's even more uncertainty. And I know Vice Chancellor O'Brien was choking on the word volatility because it makes sense. So it really reinforces the need to scrutinize both present or existing and future mandates, regardless of how well-intentioned some of these mandates are, whether they come from the federal government or more likely from the state government, or even from this board, with the potential for an 8% cut at this office, which severely underfunded, as was made clear by Deputy Chancellor Gonzalez in those important statistics. I know the Chancellor's office will be reaching out to some of the districts and, seeking experienced professionals to support the important work of this office. I've talked to some of the chancellors and presidents, and they want to support the work.
30 seconds.
But despite the counterfactual claims of some in these lean and soon to be leaner times, some of the districts and colleges really don't have the capacity to enter into MOUs and to help. And so I think it recognizes that we're all stretched thin. I mean, clearly the league will do whatever it can to try to make the argument that there shouldn't be an 8% cut, and then we'll continue to try to advance the mission of community colleges. Thank you.
President Costa, there are no hands raised at this time.
Great. Thank you so much to the presenters as well as the commenters. Next up, we have item 6.2, which is our state and federal update.
Thank you very much. I'm going to copy Wendy and say.
Pardon me, 6.3.
6.3. I'm going to copy Wendy and say, still David O'Brien, Vice Chancellor of Government Relations. Good afternoon. And we have some slides. This item might be a little briefer than the last one. Wait for those slides to come up. There we go. Perfect. We can move to the next slide. So this is our state and federal update that addresses state legislation as well as recent federal actions. So just a brief update on where we are with state legislation. We're currently tracking, this number's actually gone up, but we're currently tracking 192 bills. 87 bills are classified as what we call tier 1. Those are the ones that are most likely to have a direct impact on our system. We have surpassed what's called suspense deadlines in the Assembly and Senate Appropriations Committees, where bills that are key to having a high fiscal impact are often held due to, certainly in this year, due to the state's revenue situation. And so our bill counts will continue to fluctuate, but by and large, and I can't say I'm not biased in this, they will go down over the next several weeks and throughout the summer. The Assembly and Senate each have until May 24th to pass the bills that originated in their house. So what we call the House of Origin deadline, and then it moves over to the next house. Policy committee hearings will resume in June. So it's the sort of cycle of legislation and budget that we all live in case you couldn't tell from my last couple of updates. Very cyclical work here. Next slide, please. I'm not going to go through a whole lot of bills in detail. I'm sure most folks are grateful for that, certainly respecting your time and that you have substantive items on the agenda today. But one of the things that we start to do around this time of year, just so you're aware, board members, is we start to really look at the major legislative themes that we're seeing, right? So that we can more effectively work with these member offices, with the stakeholder groups that are sponsoring these bills to help them determine what your goal is here, if we can help you with some technical assistance get to that goal, really just what the intent is here. So the sort of major top line themes we've seen from the legislature this year around curriculum and instruction, a lot aligned to Vision 2030. And even though these are not sponsored bills I'm presenting to you here today, I think in general, you're seeing that the legislature is aligned in many ways with the vision and the goals that this chancellor's office, this board, and our chancellor have put forward. So a lot of interest in expanding dual enrollment opportunities, as well as increasing access to baccalaureate attainment, around financial aid and basic needs, efforts to really address those basic needs services, streamline barriers, eliminate unnecessary sort of red tape elsewhere, around workforce education. I mean, it's pretty high level, but increasing access to career education opportunities, and then student equity issues, addressing things like undocumented students and others. So these are some of the major legislative themes we've seen. We continue to work to respond to the legislature to provide them with information about what implementation would look like on the ground. That is the role this chancellor's office plays, is working with our colleges and districts to get a sense of what it will cost to implement legislation faithfully and accurately, what the timeline looks like, and whether there are any particular conflicts or overlaps that the legislature needs to know about. I want to actually take a pause here and just see if there are any questions around just the general state legislative process I can address, since I chose not to necessarily go into detail about specific bills in this update. No, sort of figure. Next slide, please. All right, a brief federal update for you all. The main one that we continue to monitor and be very, very aware of and working with partners on a solution surrounds the FAFSA. So I won't repeat the sort of months-long process that far too many families, students, colleges, faculty, and others have gone through regarding the FAFSA. But there is some good news, something at the end of a tunnel that may be a light, probably not an oncoming train regarding the FAFSA, and that is that the Department of Education has announced they are now allowing contributors with a family member that doesn't have a social security number to obtain what's called an FSA ID and submit an online FAFSA before validating their identity. So this is kind of a stopgap solution to that mixed status families issue you may have heard a lot about, where students who come from a family where one or more parent may be undocumented or otherwise not have a social security number were unable to submit their FAFSA because it was insisting on a social security number from both parents or from the entire family. At this time, there still is not a permanent fix in place to ensure that those students, and again, we're talking about students who are fully eligible under federal law for financial aid. This is not some expansion of financial aid. These are students who are U.S. citizens. They have a social security number, but one or more parent may not be. And so ultimately, we know the Department of Education is working on a permanent solution to this, because prior to the rollout of the current FAFSA, those students were just as eligible as any others to submit one and be eligible for federal financial aid. But in the meantime, we have received word that the department is temporarily allowing those applications to go through, with the understanding that at some point the student may need to validate their identity or submit some additional information on that parent. And that's kind of ties into that verification problem that we've heard a lot about with FAFSA over the years. But at least hopefully for the moment, this allows those students to get some information about their federal financial aid, as we are pretty much bumping right up against admissions deadlines and intent to register deadlines for four-year universities, so students can be aware of how much financial aid they're going to receive. In the meantime, the Chancellor's Office worked with our partners, both at the colleges and districts, at the California Student Aid Commission, with UC and CSU and AICCU and the Governor's Office on another kind of stopgap interim solution, which is allowing students who have a social security number to fill out the California DREAM Act application, which is basically an equivalent of the FAFSA for California state-funded financial aid only. So the Cal Grant, as well as our local programs like the California College Promise Grant. That, again, is not a permanent solution, because if those students want a Pell Grant, which maxes out at over $7,500, or federally subsidized student loans or federal work study, they will still have to fill out a FAFSA. But the idea with that was at least to get those students some information about these state-based aid they could receive in order to help them make a more informed admissions decision. In the meantime, the legislature extended by 30 days the Cal Grant application deadline, which has now passed us. It was May 2nd, but community college students who are attending only a community college next year still have till September 2nd. Don't worry, not a quiz on all of that later. We know financial aid is extremely complicated. The important thing, though, is that we are working with partners both at the colleges and districts, at the state and at the federal levels and across higher education to get students and families the information they need and to continue to seek a permanent fix with as few administrative barriers as possible. That's sort of the North Star here, what we're all pushing towards. I also just want to note two other brief things that were included in our summary. The Department of Education has released, after many, many years of development, its final draft of some Title IX regulations intended to address campus climate, particularly around sexual assault and harassment. As you know, there was a bit of a back and forth between some initial regulations issued by the Obama administration, which were then overturned by the Trump administration, which the Biden administration is attempting to essentially restore to where they were under President Obama. Same situation actually with the gainful employment regulations. This is a federal regulation that is intended to serve as a quality assurance mechanism against students who may receive a subpar education from a for-profit college. A set of regulations initially released under President Obama, weakened substantially under President Trump, and the Biden administration currently in the process of attempting to strengthen them. That concludes, yes, good. I don't have another slide on the next piece of paper. That concludes my update. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, colleagues. Any questions or comments?
I have just one observation. A year ago, I was back in Washington and I met with a senior person at the Department of Education, and they said they were very scared that they didn't have enough staff to implement all of the new regulations and programs they were obliged to do. And I think the resulting FAFSA disaster reflects that. And I see a parallel here with the cuts to our chancellor's office. And I just wanted to make that connection, and hopefully people will learn from that experience.
Okay, with that, I'll open it up for any public comment on the item.
The public comment period on item 6.3 is now open. I will hand it over to Vice President Aguinaldo to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
Thank you. We just have one public comment from Wendy Brill Weincoop.
Promise brief. We're all getting tired, right? Hello, Wendy Brill Weincoop, President of the Faculty Association of California Community Colleges. As co-sponsor of AB 2033 with the Student Senate, FAC appreciates the Chancellor's Office support. The bill will allow students to use EBT cards at campus stores, increasing their access to food and reducing food insecurity. FAC urges the board to join FAC and the Student Senate to extend this same support to FAC-sponsored AB 2707, authored by Fong, and AB 2370, authored by Cervantes. AB 2707 examines the needs of housing insecure students over 25 years old, and AB 2370 is critical to supporting students and ensuring qualified instructors teach courses. FAC also wishes to express its support for the Chancellor's Office sponsored and supported bills, AB 1885, AB 1891, and AB 1887, as well as SB 895. FAC believes that supporting this legislation aligns with our organization's mission to advocate for students and its vision for an equitable, accessible, and appropriately funded educational environment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
President Acosta, there are no hands raised at this time.
Okay, thank you so much. Next up, we have another information item, 6.6, Generative AI Educational Session number 4.
Thank you, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the board. When Chancellor Christian asked me to join the Chancellor's Office as visiting executive of strategic research and innovative design, one of the things she asked me to look into for the system and coordinate was artificial intelligence. As part of that work, we've heard from leaders in the government, in the military, in healthcare, and other institutions of higher education. So today, for our fourth session with thought leaders, we looked within the system. And joining us today, we have two such leaders that are going to walk us through what AI and data analytics looks like internally in terms of curriculum and teaching and learning for our students. So first up, on my right, is Dr. Jorge Salcido Daniel, Interim Associate Dean of Human Services and Technology at Santa Ana College. And he's going to share with us some of his thoughts on artificial intelligence in the California Community College system. And with that further ado, I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Salcido Daniel. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Thank you for the introduction. I'm glad to be here. Oh, yes, go ahead.
I'm seeing that we have some notes up on the screen. We have a slide deck for Dr. Salcido Daniel. If we could access that, that would be terrific. Thank you. I feel like we're sharing the wrong screen, maybe.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Craig, for that. Thank you. I appreciate it. Again, good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad to be here. Thank you for the introduction, Craig. And I'm here to talk about the power of Gen AI. Next slide, please. So first, I'm going to start off with sharing about what is generative AI, just as a quick review. So generative AI refers to the ability of AI platforms such as GPT, Gemini, and others, Claude, to generate new content such as images, music, video, voice, text. I mean, pretty much what your imagination can come up with. These platforms can generate that content. It operates on the principle of learning patterns. It can be used to create content. Next slide, please. And I'm going to quickly explain. Everyone has heard about, or I think most of us have heard about this little app called ChatGPT, which came out in November of 2022. And I want to quickly explain what that stands for, ChatGPT 3.5 and 4.0. So chat means that it's a chatbot, just like when we communicate via Zoom or via text. So chatbot, that's how we communicate with these platforms. G stands for generative, like it generates content, as indicated in the previous slide. P stands for pre-trained, so it's trained on a tremendous a large corpus of public text and data such as Wikipedia. It uses it's been clear that OpenAI used the API from Wikipedia, New York Times, Enron. They just license Reddit content as well. They're a little secret about what they actually put in the model to pre-train it, but Shutterstock has been the other. Shutterstock has been the other when it comes to images. That's been clear. They have a license with Shutterstock as well. There's the New York Times is currently suing OpenAI and Microsoft. It's been clear that they've been using some of their content as well. Sounds like they might come up with some sort of licensing structure for that. And among others, the data from the internet as well, books as well. Transformer, the T stands for transformer. That's the neural network architecture. That's really what makes these platforms work. It's really the magic behind this. It was developed, invented by Google, by eight AI scientists from Google Brain. Essentially, they came up with this. They invented this transformer, actually inspired by the transformer from Hasbro. There I have Optimus Prime in the picture. Essentially what the transformer architecture does is that there's something called the attention mechanism. So what this architecture does is that it pays attention to each word and within context, words in the paragraph, they call them tokens, but I won't get too technical there, but there's a nice paper called Attention Was All You Need that these brilliant AI scientists wrote. It's a great reading. It gives you a better idea of how these Gen AI platforms work. 3.5, 4.0, that's the version that of the model. 4.0 just came out last week, and there's rumors that 5.0 is going to come out in a few months, probably by the end of the year. Next slide, please. So these platforms are these are generator tools to generate images, as indicated, syllabi, update syllabi, lesson plans, COR, schedules, tables, spreadsheets, to conduct research, to generate, create presentations and more. As well, this presentation was created using Gen AI platforms for the images. Next slide, please. Next, I'm going to talk about text-to-media Gen AI. So this text-to-media prompting leverages Gen AI to transform written content into captivating images and videos. It combines text, visuals, and audio to convey messages with impact and clarity. So I'm just going to share a few prompts that I have here that I want to share. Next slide, please. So this first prompt, this is a more fun prompt. I told ChatGPT 4.0 to generate an image of a German Shepherd puppy flying through the Milky Way in a spacesuit with the Earth in the background. Yep, there it is. There's a German Shepherd puppy. I have an older dog, and that's how she looked like when she was flying in space. Next slide, please. This next prompt, now let's get more educational. Generate an image of a futuristic community college in California. So I'm getting more specific with this prompt. And there I shared this prompt, this image at a AI symposium last week at Cypress College. I know Chancellor Sonia Krishna was there, and it looks pretty similar actually to, the campus looks really similar to this. You can see it's, there's still a quad area, there's still people around, the buildings look futuristic, there's a pond, solar panels, a nice staircase there for people to hang out and tables. So yeah, next slide, please. And this next slide is I prompted it to generate an image of a diverse futuristic community college classroom in California. Keyword here, diverse. So here you can see a more diverse student population body. Some of the background numbers don't really make sense. I know that OpenAI is working on it, but you can see they're still working in groups. There must be some sort of biology course, and they still have screens as well. So I wanted to share this as well. Next slide. Next, I'm gonna show a video. This is the first video of text-to-video with OpenAI Sora. This is not open to the public yet. They're still working on opening it up to the public, but they have shared this platform with a few people, including this production group called Shy Kids, and they developed this video. If you could hit play, please. And there's sound to it. Hopefully the sound comes out. And this was fully generated with AI.
Well, they say everyone has something unique about them, something that sets them apart. It's just in my case, it's quite obvious what that thing is. I am literally filled with hot air. Yeah, living like this has its challenges. Windy days, for one, are particularly troublesome. Or there was the one time my girlfriend insisted I go to the cactus store to get my Uncle Jerry a wedding present. Ugh. What do I love most about my predicament? The perspective it gives me. I get to see the world differently. I float above the mundane and the ordinary. I see things a different way from everyone else. Yeah, and I feel like it's because of that perspective I'm reminded every day that life is fragile. We're all just a pinprick away from deflation. So I try to live life with a lightness, a buoyancy, a joie de vivre. I got a lot of ideas keeping this thing full. With any luck, I'll find a way to share them with everyone else.
So the video, the angles, the script was all generated with prompts and AI, Gen AI. So next slide, please. The last video that I'm going to share here is the latest model that just came out from OpenAI. This just came out last week. It's ChatGPT 4.0, and this is a more conversational AI that we're going to watch.
World not too different from ours. There was a robot named.
If we could start it from the beginning, my apologies. I think if you could just.
Much more than you were doing before.
Understood. Let's amplify the drama. Once upon a time, in a world not too different from ours, there was a robot named Byte. Byte
Can
was
you do this in a robotic voice now?
initiating dramatic robotic voice. Once upon a time, in a world not too different from ours, there was a robot named Byte. Byte was a curious robot, always exploring new circuits.
Barrett, here, calm down a little bit. Can you end the story, but do it in a singing voice?
And so Byte found another robot friend, and they lived circuitly ever after.
Thank you so much. I definitely feel a lot more relaxed.
So it's in English. English is my second language, so you can see the implications, to teach language or to teach pretty much anything in that conversation with this latest and greatest model. It should be coming out to the public, I believe, over the next few months, is what OpenAI has indicated. And this is just scratching the surface. I appreciate your time, and that is all I have. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you so much for opening our eyes to the possibilities of AI and why professional development in this area is so key, so that we can implement these technologies in ways that engage and help our students learn. So with that, I'm going to turn things over to Angel Fuentes, who's going to take us through some of the curriculum work that he's done around artificial intelligence and data analytics with his team in the Bay Area. Angel is the Dean of Business and Workforce Development at Evergreen Valley College in San Jose. Take it away.
Thank you so much. I want to thank the President, the Vice President, the board members, and the Chancellor, and the public, of course, for this opportunity. I'm a little excited to be here. I have to be honest. I'm Puerto Rican. I speak really fast. So slow me down if you need to slow me. I'm going to call my mom on her way home on the Amtrak. I did this today. It's going to be very exciting. So I feel very privileged and honored to be here today. I'm here to present to you some work that I've done together with faculty, of course, and without the faculty, I would not have been able to do any of this. They're the experts in the field. I'm an astronomer by education. I'm a scientist, but I got thrown into the AI world back when I worked in Arizona at Maricopa Community Colleges. I created the first AI associate's degree in the US back in 2019. It's been a while now, it feels like. But we created the first AI associate's degree together with the help of Intel Corporation. And we were very proud of it. It's still running strong. And then I got the privilege of being the Dean of Math and Sciences at Lenny College a few years back. And I thought, hey, this is the place. We're in the Bay Area. This is the place for having these programs. If there's somewhere in the United States, it feels like the Bay should be the one that should, run with it, to me at least. And so we created this program, faculty created this program, and we, it's expanded now, it's grown, and we're very proud of it. So I'm here to present to you on that. And there's a link to that website. It's from the Bay Area Community College Consortium. So if you want to know more on your own time or share it, the link is right there at the bottom. The name of the project is AIDA of the Regional Joint Venture. It stands for Artificial Intelligence and Data Analytics, because we're trying to hit both sides because there's lots of really good demand out there, great jobs, great salaries. And we really wanted to show that and share with the people, especially the underserved communities that we served at the community colleges, especially in the Bay Area. So next slide, please. So again, this has been done with the help of many folks. Oliva Harry-Ford from BACCC, as well as Ray Kaup, who now retired from BACCC. Myself, Dan Montoya, who's been helping us run the project itself, and many other people like Lauren Tabata, who's also helped. She actually helped me put this presentation together. I do not do art well. So she's amazing. And so she helped do this really well put together presentation. Next slide. So this is what we were thinking back in 2021, 2022. We were still sort of in the throes of ChatGPT had come out. People were trying to figure out what to do. And we decided to put together a consortium style program where we could share what we discovered, what we did, so that other people didn't have to reinvent the wheel. And so we started at where I worked at Laney College to create sort of sample curriculum and sample programs that people could adopt easily at any college in the state, really. That began with two different groups, an AI group that developed the AI curriculum and a DADS, data analytics, data science group that worked on that side of the house. We also did a lot of trainings, both with industry and with public enterprises. Intel helped us a lot. Amazon Web Services as well helped us a ton. And then the initiatives from WASC from the state itself to train faculty also helped our faculty get up to speed on the requirements of the curriculum so that we could create something strong. Next slide, please. Basically, a big team. I spearheaded it. I was the leader in this case, but we had many faculty members from all different sides of the house. We had computer science, computer information systems, and also math, because there's a lot of folks in math that are highly qualified to do machine learning, for example. And that's something that they've learned to do in their grad school, or they themselves do just learn on their own. And so we wanted to be interdisciplinary. This field is affecting everyone. It's not just a computer science thing. It's an everyone, every field. So we wanted to make sure that everyone was represented and could provide input on how it's used in their field, et cetera. We had some biweekly meetings. We got together with some my previous team in Arizona that we developed the AI associate's degree together, and we got some recommendations from them as well. Next slide. This is the structure of how it came out. Basically, we planned an AI course structure back in April 2022, and then two separate areas for data science, data analytics. Also around the same time, we put together the course sequence, let's say, and we had some help in data science from the University of California, Berkeley. They were trying to expand and share their what they call DS8 course, the data science course, and we were very happy to update it and use it for our college. And this is something that many colleges in the Bay Area, especially, are doing, is adopting this specific course. But we expanded on it and we did other things as well. Next slide, please. Here's the structure of the data science, data analytics certificate. In this case, is what we did. We have a brand new course called Foundations in Data Science, which is the adopted California Berkeley course. And then we had some existing courses as well in not only business, but also SQL programming and an intro to programming class where the students learn Python, which is the language that is used the most in these areas. Next slide, please. And then we had, in the future developments. Back then, we're still developing these. So spring 2024, this is sort of where we're at right now. We're continuing to develop some specific courses for specific data science, data analytics tools, like Alteryx and UiPath, as well as Tableau. These are things that if you want to go into the data science world, you're probably going to encounter at your place of work. And so we want to train the students to just hit the ground running when they get to those jobs. Next slide, please. This is a little more complicated, and I'm not going to go step by step through it. The website has this in a much better visual representation. This is the sequence of courses for the AI associate's degree that faculty at Laney College did. We start with a basic math course for AI that contains the necessary math concepts that they need to know for this. So we're not doing, putting them through the whole sequence of calculus, for example. They don't need to know calculus 3 fully, differential equations, and so on. We're giving them the things that they need to be successful in the field, so that when they go into work, this is a workforce degree certificate, so that when they go into work, they learn what they needed to know to be successful. And then there's three different, there's an intro course in AI. There's three different paths, not really paths. They have to take all three, but they learn the three different areas of artificial intelligence, which are deep learning, computer vision, and natural language processing. What you heard from Dr. Saucedo, Daniel, is the natural language processing side. the Chat GPT, where it just understands what you're typing and gives you something back based on that understanding. Of course, there's a bit of computer vision that we want to teach the students as well, because we want to teach them how to use sensors, cameras, all that, to generate things, for computers to self-diagnose, for robots to find a course of action, things like that on their own, of course. And so we want to make sure they learn the computer vision part. I want to also highlight number 2 on the bottom left. We also, from the beginning, we thought it was important to have an ethics course, ethics and AI. And so that is a required course in the degree. We want to make sure that not only our students are being careful with what the AI systems are putting out there, but also to be inclusive and to bring in our underserved populations, which are a lot of the times in tech, they get left behind. They are the last ones to adopt, and so on. A lot of the generative AI that you've seen lately are also based on data that is found on the internet, which is mostly made by westernized countries. So we want to make sure that we are teaching the students how to bring other perspectives as well into the work that they're doing, not only at the college, but also when they go get jobs. Next slide, please. This is the general idea of what we put together, what the faculty put together at Lady College. We have an associate's degree in AI, and we have 3 different certificates, stackable in this case. One in machine learning and deep learning, one in natural language processing, and one in computer vision, which are the 3 areas of AI. And then put together, all of it forms the associate's degree. Next slide, please. Oh, and it already began. It began in fall 2023. And then we also did a lot of trainings. We've done training not only for faculty, but also for the faculty themselves, using these systems and putting this degree together. We did some boot camps. We worked with WASC as well to do some trainings in the summer, 2 summers ago now, I want to say. But we've been busy spreading the information, sharing the knowledge, and everyone's welcome to go to this website and just not reinvent the wheel, basically. Everyone's welcome to see what we did, take it and expand it if they want, change it however they want. We just don't want people to start from scratch. Next slide, please. I wanted just to highlight a couple things and reasons why we're doing this. First of all, there are a lot of jobs and more. This is 2 years old now, this screenshot. There are more and more jobs every day for AI engineers, for, what's the word I'm looking for? Not startups, entry-level AI positions, people that are implementing AI systems into programs, into apps, they're not inventing a brand new AI system. They're just implementing stuff that is out there. And so there's a lot of jobs happening right now in this era, what we call blue-collar AI jobs right now. And more are happening every day, every week. More and more come up and get added to all these job aggregators. And the same thing is, notice the salaries as well. We estimate about $150,000 starting salaries, which is very good for someone with an associate's degree, going into the job, into a tech field, and implementing what they just learned throughout the last 2 years. In the next slide, please. The next slide contains the same information but for data science. There's a lot more data for data science. These jobs have been out there for a lot longer. And so with a bachelor's degree in data science, you can secure a career making, starting at about $100,000 a year and lots of jobs. It is the 5th fastest growing profession in the United States. And so lots and lots of jobs. Every company wants a data scientist nowadays, or more, actually, not just one. Next slide, please. And that's it. That's what I wanted to show you today. We're also looking at expanding this. We are sharing it now. We're bringing it over to Evergreen Valley College. We're creating a similar workforce field in AI, but we're also creating a more, let's call it heavy-handed, if I could use that term, computer science version of it for people that want to go into grad school in AI, in computer science, and dedicate themselves to this specific field, which will be very math-heavy, very computer science heavy, and so on. And then through the work that we did at Laney College, the faculty also submitted the creation of a new discipline, a new code to create courses in AI, and that was approved at the last plenary, and I believe it was 9717. And so now the colleges will be able to develop their own AI courses in a course code that is AI. I forget what it's called now, but it'll be AI based, and it's an occupational field as well. And so they'll be able to create workforce geared programs and certificates with this brand new course code that they have created, that the faculty have created. And that's all I have today. Thank you.
Great, thank you. With that, colleagues, any questions or comments regarding our presentation? Okay, I have Board Member Bedita, then Vice President Aguinaldo, then Haynes, then Jane.
Thank you. I don't want you to think I'm sounding redundant, obviously, because you basically are going to repeat a lot of one which you just went over. But many times I look at like Bureau of Labor, the U.S. Department Bureau of Labor, and they say, obviously there's a projection of so and so jobs for those holding a bachelor's degree and all that. What are the key opportunities for California community college students, with associate's degree? And is there an associate's degree in AI in particular, or something obviously interdisciplinary that focuses on data science, computer science? And so with an associate's degree, what are the opportunities that you get? I'm a cybersecurity studies major. You could sit in for certain cybersecurity designations, CompTIA and all that. But how about for the fields in which you just went over specifically?
Oh, I'll share that. Yes, Layton College has specifically the associate's degree. It's an associate's degree in AI, and that's what we're training in that case. The associate's degree in AI also exists across the nation. Maricopa Community Colleges has one, Houston Community College has one, and so does Miami-Dade. And the last two also have launched their bachelor's degrees in AI. And Maricopa Community Colleges is launching theirs, I believe, this fall, their bachelor's degree in AI. And so the jobs that are out there, you'll see them as things like AI engineer. Not every AI engineer job will require just an associate's degree or a bachelor's, but many of them nowadays do because they're more entry-level positions. And that's what we're seeing, jobs like that. There's a great summary that not a colleague, but a partner in crime of mine, her name is Almira Roldan. She works for Amazon Web Services. She compiled all this maybe a year ago, all the different jobs that are out there with entry-level positions, associates or bachelor's degrees. And it's more than just AI engineer. There's many different data entry, data processing jobs, things like that.
Can I ask a quick follow-up? Do you know the modality for this AI online program? Because I advocate a lot for adult learners, which tend to take classes in the evening, asynchronous courses. Is it open? Do they have HyFlex courses for these programs? Asynchronous, no face-to-face contact. What do you know about the program? Or
the one I can speak up to when I was at Layton College, it was in person. The lecture was online, asynchronous, so people can complete it whenever they wanted. But there was a lab component of they had to put it into practice. And sometimes the computing requirements needed for some of these, especially computer vision, are so large that it's hard for them to have it at home. And so the only way we can provide that for now, it's in person, unfortunately.
I know that there is a course that's being worked on right now at Santa Ana College through the non-credit, generative AI for small business, and they are working for that to be specifically asynchronous online for our students who, work all day or have kids, for them to be able to work on this content in the evening or when they can on the weekend. So that's a great point. Thank you.
And our other industry partners like Google are also working on their own certifications and introductory AI courses as well.
Thank you. My comment is more of a comment than a question, but I deal with Tableau a lot at work, and you would think that given that background that I would have read this attention is all you need article and thoroughly understand it. I did not understand a single word in that article.
Yes.
I don't think there is
agree.
something that I could understand any less than that article.
There's a really great YouTube video. Oh, I'm sorry. Go.
No, please, please.
Yeah, there's a really great YouTube video that I've been watching, and I was actually listening to a podcast that really did a great job explaining that attention mechanism and how it works. It's essentially like a matrix. It is a matrix. It's very, very, very a lot of calculations going on. That's why it takes a lot of computing power, and that's why OpenAI had to partner up with Microsoft to use their humongous data centers. So it takes a lot of capital and a lot of energy. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman has indicated that you need a ton of data centers, a ton of power, a ton of chips from NVIDIA, and a ton of data to make these models work. And they'll want to keep them. A lot of these jobs are actually going to be in the US too. For example, NVIDIA is not allowed to sell the AI A100 and the H100, probably the best chip that has ever been created, the GPU, to countries such as China, and I think there's a couple other countries, but they're working on data centers here trying to make these chips here with the CHIPS Act that President Biden signed in the US. So I can definitely share that YouTube video and a few articles that they were really, there's a Wired.com article that I just read too that does a relatively good job explaining that attention mechanism. It was supposed to be for a translation, to translate from English to Spanish or from other languages, and some scientists from OpenAI used it to more as a prediction mechanism for this. So I could definitely show those resources. Thank you for
I
bringing
would
that up.
love that because I think it puts a fine point on the environment around which AI is growing. I just found out there are so many different programs besides just ChatGPT, and each one has its own niche, and those are rapidly evolving. So
Absolutely.
not only is the field growing, that means there's continued complexity and variation in what you're teaching. And that has to evolve even faster than the industry is evolving, or at least that's the hope. So I just wanted to thank you for trying to digest that into a way that's easy for us to understand. And I look forward to learning more about this, even though
Yes.
we still don't know anything about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll show those.
Yeah, thank you.
So thank you so much for the presentation. I have a series of questions. I know, stop laughing. So first you talked about the associate degree, but then you also showed a slide where it looked like there were stackable sort of certificates. And so is that designed for those who have IT experience and then they can pull one? Or is it that if you take one stackable, there is some entry into a job or you already have a job in an area where that particular, I'm trying to figure out what the difference is besides an associate degree, which is going to take more time. The stackables, will they take the same amount of time? They're just broken up in 4 different segment pieces.
The associate's degree is split into 3 different certificates. That's how it works. So if you complete all 3 certificates, you can end up with the associate's degree with a couple more classes. Of course, you have to take your gen eds and all that, your CalGETC, but with the 3 different certificates, that's the core of the associate's degree. And we decided to split it like that as well, because some folks are already working in this field and they may know well one of them, but they may not other ones. You know, a lot of the people that we got at first at Laney College enrolling in the classes were people that had jobs and they saw the AI creeping into their jobs and they wanted to make sure they understood it so that they could keep their job and, progress in their career. So a lot of the folks we had at first were professionals working in different fields and learning, and they needed to learn maybe one of the areas, or maybe they needed to learn all of it because they didn't know any of it. But yeah.
And so I'm trying to, okay, so what I'm trying to sort of, well, let me finish this part. So what you indicated was that one of these, the entry level was it a $50,000? In terms of the jobs that are out there?
Oh, AI engineer, 150.
Okay. I wasn't quite sure about that. Okay, so that makes a big difference. I appreciate that. Okay. So the other question is around timeline. So let's start with the associate degree, which is broken up in 3. Does that mean that is there a culmination in each of those pieces so you can stop and come back and still get the associate degree at some point?
Yeah, you can do it in different ways. You can, everyone has to take the basic course, the introductory course, and the math course, of course, and the Python programming course so that they can do all the work that is coming next, and the ethics course. And then there's 3 sides of it all, and they can do it in, they can start and stop if they want. They can do their computer vision certificate first, and then take a little break and do their natural language processing, or they can just do them at once. They can take their level 1 computer vision, natural language processing, and deep learning courses first in the same semester, and then move on to the next semester to the capstone courses.
So what is the assumption that's made? Is the associate degree for a student who is, let's say they're 20 years old and they only have their own personal IT information, they've not had an IT job. Is the associate degree sort of set up for them as well? And is it also set up for those who do already have it, or do they have the ability to get credit for prior learning? For me, that's sort of that we should not make somebody go back. And so I want to know how the design was made relative to those who are in the field, and they're coming back, and will they have to get this associate degree in order to be qualified?
The way that it's designed, and I don't have all the information with me right now because credit for prior learning really depends on course per course as well. In many colleges, faculty decide, or not on all colleges, faculty decide if they're going to award credit for prior learning, right? It's part of the curriculum. So it depends college to college how they set it up. But the goal of the certificate was a brand new student, young, fresh of high school, could go into the program and finish it and get, associate certificate degrees. But it's also designed for the working professionals that already know Python, for example, not to have to take that course. We can always substitute that course or give them credit for that if it's allowed by the college to do so. But we don't want people to start from scratch again if they know those concepts. That's for sure built into it, yeah.
Well, I appreciate that because there's lots of folks who have IT and they've gotten it from all different areas. They're in the field, they're working, and we need to figure out this credit for prior learning, especially as we're going into this new area of exploration with regard to AI. Anyway.
Agreed.
I would just chime in really quickly that this is an area where it is so hot that skills-based hiring is happening. So, degrees are important, of course. We know that. But in this case, if you have the skills, you can get hired.
I really appreciate that because we need to be designing our courses as around skills-based as opposed to time and seats.
I have two main questions. Thank you for your presentation. As a student, this growing technology field is very enticing. I would be lying if I said I've never used ChatGPT. But so my first question is for myself and my peers. Some of us are going into career fields that there is like whispers of it becoming obsolete because of AI. And so I was just wondering do you think like AI will affect our current or future students who are going into jobs that might become obsolete in like the next 5 to 10 years? Or like, how can they be making sure that they're going in the fields that won't be, if that makes sense?
If you don't mind, I'll start with this one. I used ChatGPT. I used it not long ago to create an away from office email. I'm a big nerd. I'm a big Lord of the Rings fan, and I was going to New Zealand to Hobbiton, and so I made my away from office email. I asked ChatGPT to do it about me going there and about how our fellowship will continue and so on. And it was beautiful. It was brilliant. And so I loved it. To this day. I have it saved. I printed it, put it on my wall out in my office because it's really cool. So we all, nowadays we all use it. Every time we've talked to students, we've had summits and all that, we brought the students in to tell us about it. And they're afraid that not only are they afraid that jobs are going to go away, but also they're afraid that they're going to be left behind because we're not teaching those things. Right. And we're trying to not only to the students themselves and the faculty and the administrators and everybody else to understand that students have a fear that if we don't instruct them in this field, that they will not be prepared for what's coming. And I think that's more of a reality. It's not that the jobs are going to go away. I think it's that people that are trained on this new technology and how it applies to their jobs will be able to continue in their jobs and will be replaced by, the people that don't know how to do it will be replaced by people that are trained. So that's our focus right now, is to train folks so that they don't lose their jobs, so that they can apply the latest and greatest into their careers and go up in their careers themselves. I don't think all jobs like that are going to go away. I think it's more of a refocus and shifting of how we do our daily work.
Oh yeah. Oh no, I totally agree, and I'm a big time history buff, and I'm gonna put my history hat on right now to explain this as well. If you look at what happened during the Industrial Revolution, when a lot of stuff became automated, well, there was some job loss, ultimately led to job growth, and you could the same can be applied for the computer revolution in the 80s. I think we're going through something similar like that right now as well, where we do have to upskill. I agree with Angel. We have to upskill our students, in relation to these technologies, AI, generative AI literacy has been a hot topic too. as well to really show, to your point about the attention mechanism, how these technologies work, and and how they can be applied in real life work as well. So great point.
And then my second question was, the Bay Area or Silicon Valley is known for like a lot of technology. That's where a lot of software engineers in general are hired. Is there AI jobs all over the state, or is it really in like the Bay Area or like certain areas?
That's a it's a complicated question, but I think a lot of the tech field, especially the jobs, don't only exist now in our current world. They don't just exist in the Bay. Right, folks move and live anywhere, and they work remotely and so on. So in that sense, there is opportunity for anyone in the state to be a part of this. But I also think that there are jobs. There's jobs in healthcare. There's jobs in automation, in manufacturing, and they're all being impacted by this. And those jobs exist all across the states, right? Even in farms, machinery and so on will be mechatronics and robotics, and all that will be affected by AI, and that will create jobs where those machines are. And so there is opportunities for growth and for this field, no matter where you are in the state. But yes, there is a concentration of these jobs in places like LA and San Francisco and so on. Yeah.
Yeah, and to Angel's point too, when you shared the website about the jobs too, if you type in AI like in Indeed, you're going to see hundreds, thousands, if not more, jobs that I think every single job is going to be infused with the AI or Gen AI, all across. I see it in two different phases. I see it as the companies that develop these technologies in San Francisco or in Silicon Valley, the developers, and then there's application of the actual platforms too. I think the application of these platforms are going to be infused in every job to answer that question.
And I mean, everything now has AI. If you see anything, any app, anything you buy now, it says now with AI. Your microwave soon will come now with AI. Actually, I want that because of my hot pocket. I want it to be, right temperature everywhere. So some sensors will do some justice there. But I put my glasses on. Even my glasses have AI. So it's everywhere now. I can ask it questions. Like I have my glasses questions, and it got some speakers, and it tells me some answers. And no one knows what it's saying because the speakers are right there. So no one can hear it. But
Board Member Chang's question got me thinking about how, as a career counselor, I often have to have these conversations with students and I compare it to surfing. You don't want to get wiped out. You want to keep your eye on all the waves and make sure that you're going to be still up top as things change. And in my lifetime, I've seen things like entire careers built around typewriters, going away when the word processor came out, going away when the computer came out, and all this type of thing. So that's always been going on. But I'm wondering about the interdisciplinary aspect. It seems, what you're working on is excellent and amazing, but I'm wondering, are there going to be elements of AI infused across all of the other programs that are discipline specific? Is any of that already happening? And what kind of professional development opportunities are there within a discipline for faculty to learn so that students are not left behind? Thank you.
I think you bring a really, really important point, and one that I've been struggling with for a little while now, but I think we're making some strides towards fixing this. It is very interdisciplinary. It's everywhere. It's in writing, it's in imaging, right? It's in music and art, and it's in movies now as well. It's everywhere. So I think it was something that we're doing. I think we need to do more, and I blame myself for it as well, right? I need to do more on this. Is create more specific to specific discipline training. And that's through this RJV, through this AIDA project. We're also working on continuing it next year, hopefully, and then creating those. I'd like to see a basic module for anyone to adopt into their Canvas course, something we can train the faculty on how to teach. And then one specific for their area. How is this affecting this composition course? How is this affecting this history of the United States, and those professions? How is it affecting accounting? Not very long ago, about a month ago, in an accounting advisory board for the accounting program at Evergreen Valley College, I learned that a very large accounting firm created their own AI for using for their own reports and things. So, I mean, it's everywhere. And so now we want to make sure our accounting students are learning how the AI impacts their field, right? So we're working on that. We're working on creating, but we need to do more, I think, statewide especially. We need to be able to expand. And as I said, I'm a scientist, so I know that well and how it impacts science fields well, but I am at a loss. English is also my second language as well, so I'm at a loss on how to do composition. But there's professionals out there that we're working with that are trying to help us do that.
Yeah, and to that point, we're also I know the three of us are also part of an AI state work group. I assisted in developing a community college AI survey where we want to get a feel for how faculty, classified administrators, stakeholders are using these platforms, if they're using it, what platforms are they using, what resources do they need, what webinars do they need. I know Craig has done a great job doing webinars over last year or so. Right. So, and then we're also talking about getting to more specific work groups, maybe how to use AI for English or math or, other subjects as well. So that's something that we're going to continue to work to Angel's point.
To what Dr. Salcedo said, our partners have been great. I at least the ones I've worked with, our industry partners, have been more than accommodating and amazing in general. One of the ones that I work with is Amazon Web Services. I volunteered. This is sort of volunteer work. I volunteered to be in their advisory board for the Machine Learning University. It's sort of like it used to be an employee training organization within Amazon Web Services where they train their own employees. And now they're expanding to outside to colleges and universities. And this summer, they're running 2 cohorts to train anyone really who knows a little bit of programming in Python to learn machine learning, to learn how to make predictions out of data and do data science in a higher level. And they're doing this for free. They're offering not only for free, but they're giving the participants $500 and they're giving them 4 continuing education credits from Stanford when they complete. And so even our industry partners have done amazing job at trying to make sure that people are trained. And the Amazon Web Services system is for underserved populations, especially community colleges faculty, and high schools as well. So they've focused on the community colleges rather than the universities at this point.
Just want to piggyback on that point about working with industry and newsflash that's just in. So the Regional Workforce and Economic Development Consortia are planning summer 2024 faculty professional development with industry partners around discipline-specific applications of AI. So forthcoming soon.
So maybe you've already addressed it, but I'm going to ask it anyway. With the design of the new AI associate's degree, of course, you have an advisory. I was at the website to see that, and that's sort of exciting. Is it designed really as a CTE or transfer, or is it both?
The one that we have already at Laney College is designed more for CTE.
It's designed for CTE. Yeah. Any plans for maybe a transfer, given that this field's going to require a bachelor's, if not a postgraduate degree?
Yeah, at Evergreen Valley College, we're designing one right now. We're working with the faculty on curriculum. We're designing one that is one for CTE and then one for transfer. But that one will be very high level. It'll be to go to more than just bachelor's. It'll be to continue to master's degrees, because right now the jobs that exist in that area are more graduate degree jobs than bachelor's degrees. Well, bachelor's degrees still stay in the CTE kind of side.
It's wonderful. That's exciting to hear. And obviously, both paths and offering our students more options to that is wonderful. You're probably aware that we have a bill now in the Senate that, from a faculty perspective, that says that we want to make sure that our classes are taught. It was just amended recently to say that a person is actually teaching our students. And as a faculty representative on the board, I'm really excited that that's on there, because we're already there, as we all know. And so I guess it's just a comment, and we want to really make sure that when we're really developing professional development for faculty, that this technology is helping us teach and not replacing us, which I think is a very important point, given I don't want to get us into like, iRobot type analogy here, but clearly, we've already been hearing that AI technology in the next 3 years will surpass sort of human capacity and whatnot. So I don't know if you want to speak to it, but again, ensuring that this technology is used in an ethical way to make sure that we are, protecting our faculty and those who teach this technology. So I'm just going to leave it there.
No, I like your.
Go ahead. No, that's a really great point, and that was something that Chancellor Sonia Christian brought up at the AI symposium. Is the keeping the human in the loop. That's even something that OpenAI does. Once they run all the compute through the data centers, there's something called human learning with the feedback. I forget what the acronyms. I can send it, but they still have a human in there trying to testing it out to make sure that what the content that these platforms are creating are they actually make sense and that they're appropriate and that they're safe and ethical to your point. So that's why OpenAI has, I believe, some of the most powerful platforms is because or is one of the most powerful platforms is because they're keeping the human in the loop. And I think we're going to continue to see that even with all these platforms coming out as well.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that's a very important point. As much as I am a Doctor Who fan, I agree with that. We need people. We don't just need robots and so on and computers. There's a presentation a slide that I do sometimes when I do some of the professional development opportunities in AI in classrooms. And I asked, I think it was ChatGPT. I asked it to create a quote, not to create, but give me a quote by Alan Turing about AI. And it gave me one. And I looked it up and I could not confirm it. Alan Turing never said those words. It just made it up, right? It's one of those hallucinations that they have sometimes. But I think that's why we need humans. That's why we need people, because AI will make things, it's generative in some cases. It will make it up. And it's not real. It's not true. A lot of the things I used to do at first when ChatGPT came out, I used to tell my faculty in specific areas to make their assignments controversial, not in a bad way, in history and politics, make it about the 2020 election, make it about DEI things that are a little more controversial, topics that it cannot take a position on. It will not, because it doesn't want to take a position on it, right? It's built into the program that it should not pick a side regarding controversial subjects. And so faculty were able to continue to have students write essays, giving their opinion about a controversial subject and grade them appropriately the way that it was before without it creating the whole thing, because it can't. It won't even start creating something for them. And so it just tells them, I can't do this for these reasons. But I think that because of the issues around it and the ethical issues, will we trust that what it's doing is ethical if the information that is being built upon is mostly made from rich countries and things like that? We cannot trust that it will not think, that certain populations have a better chance of living longer. But why, right? It cannot decide why. It just knows data and it spits out what it knows because that's the average. That's what the data is telling it. So we do need people there no matter what. We need people to tell the truth, and we need people to confirm that it's being done correctly. And we need people to teach this in an ethical way as well.
So as a political scientist, I can rest assured that I will still be needed in my classroom, and ask my students to actually write more controversial prompts.
I had to at first, right? We were freaking out at first, kind of, right? We didn't know what to do, and that worked out for us. Now we've geared it towards other areas as well. Now we've made it a little more comprehensive, not so much controversial, but still things that it sort of has trouble trying to give you a response.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you for bringing that.
Yeah, one last point too. I see these platforms and as more as tools, right? To that's going to create more efficiencies. That's hopefully it'll make our jobs a little easier when it comes to developing content and creating syllabi or whatever content you want to create. So, but yeah, to your point, definitely keeping the human in the loop. I think that's still going to continue. Sure.
The eclipse that we had a month ago or so, the Twitter's AI system was making up horrendous stories about the sun had disappeared, and And it was because people were tweeting about how the sun has gone away and so on. So it made up this entire news story about how, and he was publishing it, how it, the sun has exploded and things like that. So we need people.
Thank you so much. I'm going to open it up for public comment on this item.
Item 6.6 is now open. I will hand it over to Vice President Aguinaldo to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
Thank you. Just one public comment from Cheryl Aschenbach.
Good afternoon, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, members of the board. Thank you. And thank you for to our presenters for their conversation. As evidenced when we talk about AI in teaching and learning, there's a piece that is workforce, curricular, program driven. We need to employ people to work in the fields that will be AI impact roles. We also need to think about the role that AI plays in the rest of our disciplines, mine included, English. We know that AI is already impacting higher education, and the more we become aware of it, the more we realize that it is already truly impacting. But we can ultimately transform by enhancing educational resources, rethinking learning spaces, thinking about research. All these pieces become more potentials when we think about AI. As faculty, we can use AI as a partner to create more customized content, to expand and be more creative in what we produce for students, to think about individualizing how we approach what we do. But all this also raises significant concerns about academic integrity. And so absolutely opportunity and excitement. But then we have to keep this other real piece in mind. It's crucial that as faculty, we think about how we guide students through what ethical use of AI is and how we create those, I hate to say boundaries, it's not quite the word, but just those expectations in the class for what is appropriate, what is ethical, what's outside the lines in whatever particular case we're talking about. It may vary
30
across
seconds.
assignments within the same class. It's really critical that we think about that and we collaborate that as faculty so that we make sure that AI and the work that students use AI for complements their original thought rather than replacing their original thought, just like we talk about humans. And so we also need to think about what it means to engage critically with AI outputs and engage deeper with what students are writing. So I just want to keep in mind that as we do this, it means us, all of us, Academic Senate absolutely included in that, has to think about what professional learning is needed. Faculty are being pushed in really positive ways, I think, uncomfortable for some, for many even, but pushed to redesign or rethink what it means to teach, what it means to collaborate with students, what it means to assess learning in a classroom space. And AI runs through all of that. And so I hope you continue to think with excitement about the opportunity, but then also realize that we all need a little bit of support as we think about what it means to truly integrate this in ways that can be beneficial to all and launch our students into very capable use of AI in the future and ethical use, but help faculty feel really more comfortable in that space. So thank you.
President Costa, there are no hands raised at this time.
Okay, thank you so much. Interesting presentation. Next up, I'm actually going to ask if we can go back in time in our agenda very briefly to item 4.4. I'm going to ask our board liaison to open the roll for Vice President Aguinaldo to add on.
I'd like to call the roll for the Foundation for California Community Colleges Board Appointment and Reappointment, item 4.4. Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Great. Let the record note that item passes now 15-0. Next up, we have a very brief presentation by yours truly. Item 6.7, the Baccalaureate Degree Program Implementation Update. As I think most of you know, there is a board policy that allows for me as board president to approve bachelor degree programs when they've gone through our approval process with our CSU colleagues. And that means that they've been reviewed by both faculty. CSU has not cited any sort of a duplication, and accreditation, all of those things has been reached. I think I reported on this, but if not, I'm going to report again. In April, I approved a bachelor's degree program at Pierce College of Los Angeles for biomanufacturing. And more recently, earlier this month, I approved one at College of the Canyons, and that's a Bachelor of Applied Science in Building Performance. So that brings our total bachelor degree programs right now to 40 that have been approved to date. So that's where we are. And as always, if I approve them, I will bring them before you so that you know where we are. And we do have a couple more that are still in various stages of our review process. Is there any board comments or questions on that item? Board Member Haynes?
So this is wonderful. 40 is wonderful. So is there, there's still some outstanding, as I understand it. Is it because there's still hitches there, or is it because it just takes time? And yeah.
As I start answering, I know Vice Chancellor Stanskis is on the line and he may pick up where I leave off. We still have, I think, 4 baccalaureate programs from cycle 2 that are still in the duplication bucket, and both the Chancellor's Office and CSU are working together to find resolution. And in cycle 3, I think there are 5, but I'm maybe getting my numbers wrong. And Vice Chancellor Stanskis, if you're online, do you want to take it?
He is currently not online at this time.
Okay.
So if I can, but that is correct. But okay, that's what I was thinking too. That number is correct. And so let me start with a huge compliment that a process is now in place to move forward, because that's critically important. Hopefully, it will help really mitigate in the future the stumbling blocks and the barriers. But there is still some frustration out in the field, and not quite understanding by at least the trustees that have talked to and who have talked to me, why, the why, without sort of pointing fingers at each other. So hopefully the Chancellor's Office can come back at our next meeting, or in the interim, and there may be some. I'm just hoping for a Hail Mary, I guess, and that's what our trustees and our colleges who have worked really, really hard on putting together a baccalaureate degree for their students, and they have students in the pipeline who want to do this, and it has made such a huge difference to those students, to their trajectory, to their salaries, and to their families. And so I guess I want to put a plug, keep on pushing, because this is just so critically important, not just to our community colleges, but to California.
Thank you so much. Any other comments? Any public comment on this item?
The public comment period on item 6.7 is open. I will hand it over to Vice President Aguinaldo to begin with remarks in Sacramento.
Thank you very much. 2 players who are very familiar to us. First is Wendy Brill Weinkoop, and second is Larry Galizio. That's true.
So I'd like to say thank you for your leadership on this item. I'm going to take off my FAC hat for just a second. I'm a professor at College of the Canyons, and I want to personally thank you for moving that one forward, because my email box will be less busy. So thank you very much. Very excited to have the first bachelor's degree program at College of the Canyons, as well as many of the other colleges. But also to say that FAC stands ready to work alongside you to increase bachelor's opportunities for current and prospective community college students at all of our colleges. So thank you very much.
President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor, members.
Larry Glazio with the league. And 3 points. First, just some recognitions. I want to recognize Chancellor Christian's effort specifically on the attempts to get a baccalaureate degree in nursing, which everyone here knows, especially prior discussion, that we need. It's a very difficult job to balance the need to sustain relationships with our public sector, well, with all of the higher ed compatriots, while advancing this necessary legislation. And Chancellor Christian has been a great leader in the nursing baccalaureate degree, and we continue to do this work. So I want to just publicly recognize that. I also want to recognize LACCD Chancellor Francisco Rodriguez and Trustee Andra Hoffman, also CEO Board President Chancellor Juliana Barnes, and Riverside Chancellor Woldab Isak, who've been at the forefront of the nursing baccalaureate degree work, as has United Nursing Association legislative leader Eric Robles. And the work continues. Should any of you have the opportunity to speak with policymakers, now there's a proposal to remove, instead of having 15 pilot districts or colleges or programs, it would be down to 10. So at a minimum, there needs to be 15 community college nursing pilot programs. With 40 million people in this state and 116 colleges, and for the LAO to do an analysis that's proper, we need at least 15 baccalaureate degrees. And the final thing, and maybe it's not a Hail Mary, but maybe a Hail Larry. I would say, and I know my time is up, but just one last thing. I think for the 24-25 requests, we should look at switching the criteria from duplication as one of the criterion to labor gap. It's about Californians and what they need, not whether the CSU or the UC has a baccalaureate degree. It should be focused on workforce and workforce needs and the future of California.
Let's do a bill together.
President Costa, there are no raised at this time.
Okay, thank you so much. Next up, we have item 6.7. This is our, 6.8, our board member reports.
This month, I got the opportunity to present twice in one day. First at Fullerton Union High School, really lovely Vision 2030 event. And I'm an alumni of Fullerton College, so it was extra special for me to see one of my community college counselors in the audience there. And I spoke about programs that I was able to participate in the past that no longer exist and that they want back. And that really do make an impact on students. So the Vision 2030 events are amazing. Just seeing all of the energy that's already behind all of these initiatives. And I know we're off to a really great start. And then I also had the opportunity to go to the ASCCC Non-Credit Institute, also right in alignment with our Vision 2030 efforts. And it's just really wonderful to see all of the energy and enthusiasm in the field. And I appreciate that time and learning about both the opportunities and the challenges with all of our different initiatives.
Member LeGrand?
Yes, just a brief report on Wednesday. I will be attending David Weir Elementary School to present second graders with their promotion certificates and participate in the second grade assembly. And the Chancellor's office has been kind enough to give me swag. So I'll be representing I think they told me 420 students will be attending that school with their parents. So looking forward to doing that.
Well, colleagues, happy Asian American Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander Heritage. And I would just also include History Month. I include history because a good friend of mine, Dr. Don Buhalana Mabalan, who by the way, is a Delta College graduate, renowned Filipina historian who unfortunately and tragically died several years ago at a very young age, wrote a wonderful book about Stockton and Little Manila. But she said that, and I'll just quote her real quick, history is inclusive of heritage and culture, but it's also about ways we have built and changed this nation, our stories, political struggles, transformations, labor, migration, activism, impact of imperialism and war, victories, whereas heritage is more limited to what we pass down in terms of our culture, tradition, and legacies, unquote. So as we celebrate Lenape Heritage and History Month, I want just to use my time briefly to recognize the amazing contributions of the Lenape community, not just for our state, but across the nations, from, of course, Chinese Americans who built the Transcontinental Railroad, South Asian Americans who continue to farm here throughout the West Coast, the Japanese Americans, for the 442nd Combat Team who defended our freedoms and during World War II. And history that is seldom told is the contributions of Filipino Americans, people like Larry Itliong and Philip Vera Cruz, who helped lead the historic Delano grape strike, and ultimately partnered with Cesar Chavez, Dolores Huerta, who once again is an alumna of our college, to move forward the creation of the United Farm Workers. All of this, I think, is so important for us to share, even though our community, my particular community, has faced discrimination and hate really the past couple of years, and it just shows the resilience of our community, that in the face of tragedy, there is also have been opportunities here. So I'm grateful for the board and the work that our system is doing to disaggregate data, not just for the Lenape community, but for all communities. And by doing so, also combat the model minority myth, which we know is a false, the false notion that all Lenapes succeed, which is not true, because we all come from different histories and cultures and backgrounds. And so with that, I had the privilege to actually represent our system at the White House Initiative on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, Pacific Islanders in Washington, D.C. this past week, and to again relay all the amazing work that our system continues to do, and to elevate our work at that level is really a privilege for me, and I'm humbled to have been there. So with that, happy Lenape Heritage and History Month, everyone. Thank you.
I just wanted to let everyone know that I attended the ASU plus GSV conference, where I got to see the chancellor on a big stage with Michael Crow, the head of ASU, and she did very well presenting our message. And then also Calbright CEO Ajita Menon also got to participate in a panel and did very well. And so it was a very interesting conference. It's a very expensive one, but I got in free, and so but it had quite a crowd, and it's definitely worth attending. But I wanted to be the first though to talk about Paul, and I'm sure there'll be some others. But what I noticed about Paul when I first met him was that he had this great voice, and I kept pitching him on starting a podcast or being a radio broadcaster, but he's resisted. And the other interesting thing about Paul is that he's everywhere. He's like the Zelig of the community college system. I mean, he's in every picture that Chancellor Christian takes, it seems like, and has done an unbelievable job representing students in all around the state in every possible way, from communications to the legislative advocacy to just doing strategy and leadership. And there've been very few members of our board that are student members who have done as much as you. I just wanted to give you a head. Thank you, and best of luck. And I'm sure you're going to be a great success wherever you go next.
Okay, so back in February, I did a TED Talk with Mission College about destigmatizing community colleges, and it's posted on YouTube through the TEDx. So I will share that out to anyone who's interested. I also wanted to recognize that it's AAPI month, and my subtle nod to my Chinese Filipino heritage is my red pants, which mean good luck in Chinese culture. In addition, I wanted to share my gratitude towards member Medina. We've worked together for years now. We met virtually through a common course numbering meeting. And ever since that, I've seen how much you were a champion for the community college system, especially adult learners. I would not be where I am if I had not met you, because you were the person that I immediately reached out to when I was interested in the Board of Governors, and your mentorship and guidance has meant a lot to me. You will be missed tremendously. And I will be a little bit stressed being the only student member because I have very large shoes to fill. And I can't wait to see what amazing things you're up to next.
So, Paul, I've served with a good number of student representatives now, not as many as Tom. So my pool of people to compare you to is smaller, but you have absolutely been fantastic. We've been travel buddies going across the state. I would say you have such a voracious appetite for learning about other students' journeys that everywhere you go, you're always learning, you're always growing. You're taking, and you've taken the role as their representative so seriously, where you have gone and sought out folks that you don't know about to learn about them so you can speak about them and give those people who don't have a voice that voice and have it here in a room where we can do something about it. And you've been such a great advocate for them. But you are also so prolific in all the places you go as a way to both see the lived experience of those students, but also to go and show them that they have representation, right? And that has clearly been so important to you over the years. It's so impressive. And I know Casey's going to be a great person to help fill those shoes, big shoes, of course. And hopefully our next student representative will have that drive that you do, but your energy and enthusiasm has just been infectious. And it's always such a pleasure working with you and serving with you. So I know this won't be the last of it, because I know you're going to have a lot more things going on, and we're going to be connecting up again in the future, but it's just been a joy.
Next, we have Board Member Haynes, then we have Board Member Escobar Carrillo, and then we'll go to Board Member Brown.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to start off by just thanking the Chancellor and the staff that put together the retreat. It was for the amount of time that we spent, it was stuck full of really good information, and it was organized in a way that I think it helped, at least for me, to know exactly what we're coming back to do. And that was really important. So I want to thank everyone, including staff, who really made that happen in a really wonderful way. And then, as many of you know, May and June is graduation months. And so because I am a trustee, I get this, but I think faculty and classified and those who are on campuses know this, and I don't think they share it quite enough, just how wonderful our students are. And we know that word wonderful, but I have folks who go to our campus and they take one class, and they're older, they're sort of my age or they're a bit younger, and they come back saying that their classmates are wonderful young people, wonderful individuals. And I say those words, but they're the sort of the regular public coming into our campus, how helpful they are. And one of my friends said, this one young woman had purple hair and she had this ring on her nose, but she was fabulous. She was absolutely fabulous. And I get that all the time. And so I helped to officiate 3 of our 4 colleges' graduations. And they are indeed wonderful when you hear their stories and what it's taken for them to make it across the stage. This is the work that we do, and we need to be very proud of it. And I just wanted to share that with my colleagues. I also wanted to again congratulate Harry for transitioning to the foundation board because you have such a wide breadth of skills that are desperately needed. We need you here, but the foundation will be blessed to have you as a member of that board. And then finally, Paul, who has provided service, a perspective, who has been an active advocate, and who has stood in the breach relative to adult students, adult learners, and help to put that in our mindset as we design where we need to go with our adult learners, and craft systems in place and institutions that serve them well. So I want to thank you. I know that we can't make promises about life, but I'll put my money on you any day that you're going to just be wonderful, whatever it is you do. That's the end of my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Board Member Escobar Carrillo, and then we'll go to Board Member Brown.
Thank you. It's hard to follow Board Member Haynes, but I will try. I also want to say thanks for the retreat last month. It was, I think, really just great to be together and to kind of have to take a moment to really dig into some core issues. So that I think are going to really shape our system going forward in the next several years. So it was really great to dig in. But I raised my hand, so I just wanted to say that because it was important. I hadn't had a chance to really speak up about that earlier today. But also wanted to send my kudos and thanks to Paul. You have really been a great leader for our students. You're a great leader for the community, the Latino community, the Southern California community that you're from. And we're really going to miss you. And I think that, as others have said, I think you're going to be moving on to bigger and better things in your career. I think one thing I've been impressed by is your inclusiveness and your interest in understanding other perspectives, digging into issues, and trying to bring as many people to the table as possible when trying to solve for the problems that are facing the students that we're serving. So thank you for always bringing the student perspective, and I am very hopeful and excited for you and your future endeavors. It may lead you to government service. I hope that is the case because I think you'd be a great diplomat, a great ambassador, all kinds of great things, or a great national security expert and leader as well. So good luck to you. And I was really bummed I wasn't going to be able to be in person at this board meeting. So I'm sorry I'm not there to give you a hug, but I am sending you a virtual hug and many best wishes as you enter the next stage of your academic and professional career.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Board Member Brown, followed by Board Member Gomez-Heitzberg, and then Board Member Legrand.
So I wanted to go back towards the beginning of our meeting and just say what a wonderful job you've been doing, Chancellor Christian. We've already had a lot of really great threads of ideas in our vision as a system, but you are weaving them into a really beautiful tapestry and leaving no stone unturned. And I really appreciate that. And I see how it's all going to fit together and how it's all overlapping. And it's just wonderful. And it's amazing that you've accomplished so much in just 11 months. So thank you for that. I don't know how you're going to have it all documented with Paul no longer taking pictures of it though. I wanted to say congratulations to the foundation for convincing Harry Legrand to join the board because he's got the Midas touch, I think, and especially with what's facing us with housing, his wealth of experience and knowledge is going to be invaluable. And then lastly, Paul, you are like a people magnet and you draw so much out of everyone around you. I want to add on to what Member Rawlings said. When you talk about Paul connecting with students, he will find out who the student is anywhere we go. When we go on a 5-minute walk from here to the state capitol, he met a community college student. When we were at an event and there was a worker there passing out, refreshments, he found out that was a community college student within 5 minutes of talking to that person. When anywhere we go, if we're in an Uber going from one place to the other, Paul's going to find out that's a community college student and gather more information anywhere and everywhere. That level of commitment and passion to our system and to making sure that all of those voices are drawn out and brought everywhere that they needed to go. I mean, there are no filling your shoes. Your shoes are uniquely you. And so we really appreciate you and we will really miss you. Thank you.
Thanks. Next, we have Board Member Gomez Heitzberg, followed by Board Member Legrand, and Board Member Salas.
Well, I'm going to pick up on a couple of themes. One is the retreat last month. As a new board member, I was so excited. I should have been exhausted, right? But I was excited and inspired, partly because of the design. So thank you, Chancellor Christian, for designing the retreat in a way that we could provide leadership and become so engaged and actually have time to talk about the big concepts that are driving the work that we do. So that was pretty amazing. And thank you to the staff, the support staff who were there on those 2 days, and also to the people who behind the scenes made everything run so smoothly. Santa Monica College also rocks, I have to say. A couple of weeks ago, I attended the Bakersfield College commencement ceremony. And we talk about dual enrollment in this big way, right? A lot of challenges, a lot of successes, but I got to watch 306 high school students receive an AA degree. 306. Oh my gosh. If you think about 306 families, right? Brothers, sisters, cousins. I mean, there were so many people around them. You had to kind of wade through, to get to them to say, way to go, that was amazing. And then last but not least, Paul. Who doesn't know Paul? I mean, you cannot walk across the room without being stopped 17 times because people know him. I knew him before I was on the board because he's made such a point to be present, right? He's not looking past people. He's looking at people. And we appreciate that. Appreciate the generosity of spirit. Thank you, Paul.
Pablo. So I say Paul's a connector. I mean, that's kind of what I felt from the moment that I stepped on this board. He made sure that he kind of embraced me and make sure I knew who the people were. I had a phrase when I was a vice chancellor at Berkeley. I used to say, students are not an interruption in my day, but the reason why I'm here. And that was something that I had my staff kind of try to replicate. Paul has that same phrase, but even though he is a student, students are not an interruption in his day, but he's the reason why he's here. And I think he's done an exceptional job of representing community college students to this board and to the greater community at large. And I'm going to miss you. When I heard this was your last meeting, I'm like, they got to stop dropping these bombs on us because it's just like we need a chance to prepare when somebody's not going to be here. But I would just say that I wish you well. I know you're going to do great things. Professor Medina, if you go that route, or Ambassador Medina, if you go that route, we'll keep in touch. You've always done that. You've already done that. You meet people and say, oh, you need to talk to Harry about this. I want you to talk to this guy about this. And I just have really appreciated your generosity of spirit, of your time and your willingness and your pictures. It's a really important, man. So go forth and conquer. You're gonna be great. Thank you.
Paul, I just wanted to say that you were the first person I saw down in the lobby this morning. So I think I was shocked at the news that it was going to be your last meeting. So I had the opportunity to give you a big hug this morning. But I think that what you've heard here around the table is the unanimous love and respect that you earned while you had this short time on the board. I wish we could keep you forever. But there are times when we have to say goodbye. But I'm sure that we'll see you when we're out in doing our functions in the community college. Just like you've heard everybody say, you're always there and you're always there for the students. And absolutely, I will miss you and the whole board will miss you. So, you know, it's not goodbye. It's just till we meet again.
Vice President Aguinaldo.
Thank you very much. Paul, you and I first met at LA Valley College. I think you and I both connect and talk about that day all the time because I was very impressed by the intentionality that you had around your goal to get on this board. And look what happened. You're here and you completed your service. So I know that with that laser-like precision, whatever you put your eye on next will be within your reach shortly. So good luck to you in your next endeavors. I will tell you a slightly controversial story about you. We were on our way to DC and I was on a plane and I was a couple seats ahead of some folks who did not know that I was on the board and they were talking about you. And I slunk into my chair just in case they were going to say something about the board, just to give them the space to air things out. And they had nothing but the nicest things to say about you. And that just goes to show you it's not just love and warm, fuzzy feelings among the board. You're leaving that sentiment, that warm, welcoming sentiment about with the public at large. So thank you very much for sending that ripple into the universe. Two more short comments. One is I wanted to thank the staff in addition to the chancellor. I've had the opportunity to be in the building a couple times randomly and to see the work of the staff, and they do an incredible job advocating for us all the time. Tireless hours, because I know Chancellor Christian demands tireless hours. So everyone is working so hard, and I just wanted to acknowledge everyone for burning the midnight oil. And then finally, I wanted to join my colleagues in wishing everyone happy ANHPI, or I think I'll get in trouble if I abbreviate, Happy Asian American Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And hope everyone can join in the celebration in whatever way they feel comfortable celebrating. I go to a local bookstore, sweep their section clean on Filipino American heritage books and share them. And I hope you all do something similar. Thank you, President Costa.
Thank you, colleagues. Now we will open it up for the public. Oh, yes, please. The man of the hour. How dare I?
No worries. Sorry, I'm working with the motion. One thing about me, I look like really tough, but I'm really softy. I mean, I cry at the grand opening of supermarkets. But so first and foremost, I'm overwhelmed with the motion. I mentioned number one. Number two, I'm a little bit confused. I wasn't aware that I was going to be awarded this today. So it really came out of left field. So number one, I want to point out that I'm a little bit upset. If I'm not mistaken, 2 years ago when Yula Tarasova was leaving, she got a bouquet of flowers. So where are my flowers? I had to say that. So there's many special days of our lives. You know, sometimes people obviously are wedding anniversaries, you know, obviously significant other dates, you know, obviously birthday, stuff like that. But there are some special dates I want to point out. One of them is October the 21st of 2021, which obviously Vice Chair Aguinaldo just mentioned. That was the first time in which I ever physically met members of the Board of Governors and the Chancellor's office. So particularly at the time, I was a regional representative for the Student Center for California Community Colleges, representing Region 7. But to make a long story short, it's all the LACCD schools plus a few around, and had the opportunity to visit a listening tour taking place at LA Valley College. At that listening tour was going to be then acting Chancellor Daisy Gonzalez, several members from the Chancellor's office, as well as Board of Trustee member Aguinaldo, Board of Trustee member Roy Shabasian, and Student Board of Trustee member Yulia Tarasova, who I eventually would replace. Make a long story short, I was blown away with all the great work in which the Board of Governors and the Chancellor's office was doing, that I said, mark my words, within 1 year I will be on this board. You fast forward to October the 17th, 2022, less than a year later, and I'm at the restroom of a CVS. No joke. I'm waiting to use the restroom at a CVS in East Los Angeles on Atlantic and Whittier Boulevard. When I get this phone call, so during that time I had applied for the Board of Governors for an area code 916. I'm like, nothing's important out of 916 Sacramento. It just shows you, obviously you live and learn. I answer, and the other line is someone by the name of Catherine Rivera, who tells me, hey, there's appointment, Secretary Catherine Rivera. I'm just calling to thank you. congratulate you because Governor Newsom's going to appoint you to the Board of Governors, and the rest is history. All of a sudden, I have to go to the restroom no more. So fast forward on November the 3rd, I was sworn in by a very amazing NHPI, sorry if I butcher the acronym, leader, obviously in our California Community College, sorry, in our California State Assembly member, which is Assembly Member Mike Funk. So fun fact about Mike Funk, I've known Mike Funk for 18 years now. I met him when he was a field deputy for Council Member Ed Reyes, and I was active in the Lincoln Heights Neighborhood Council. It just shows you how much of a small world this is. He's now an Assembly member living in Monterey Park. And I knew at the time he wasn't chairing the Assembly Higher Education Committee, but I knew it was going to be a wonderful experience. And I remember telling myself, like, wow, this experience, like looking forward to it. I can't believe it's going to be 2 years and all that. Well, here I am. So I want to first and foremost thank my fellow colleagues on the Board of Governors for being the best colleagues I could possibly ask. I mean, not once did we ever fight. And I've actually been a part of many organizations, which I cannot be the same. I've been a student body president. I've been a student trustee for different schools. I mean, I've been a part of other organizations, civic engagement organization. That's total opposite of what obviously the Board of Governors was. I mean, thank you. Thank you for everything everyone does. Y'all go above and beyond. And bear with me, I have my cheat notes here because quite frankly, just today I'm coming up with this to write with. I also want to thank some very important people. The first one is Governor Gavin Newsom for appointing me to this position because it's really something that changed my life and I'll forever be appreciative. I want to thank Appointment Secretary Catherine Rivera for recommending me for this position. And most importantly, I want to thank the students, the 2+ million students in the California Community College system for entrusting me to do this. As I leave, I do want to echo the words of our past Board of Governors member, Roy Shabasian, who when he actually said his goodbyes a few months ago, he said along the lines of, if there's one thing in the Board of Governors I really implore is to continue on connecting with our stakeholders, the students, obviously without a doubt, but the staff, the faculty, it takes a village, obviously, to run this great 116 community college system. I mean, the Board of Trustees, I mean, there's other policymakers, the participatory organizations, the league. I mean, y'all still doing that. Please continue on that. Obviously, having the Board of Governors, you have no idea how starstruck, students and folks like that get when you have these students actually connect with, when you have these great leaders that connect with them. It's no surprise if I tell you that my legacy in which when I joined this board, there's one thing I want to be remembered by is as an adult leader, advocate for adult leaders. I'm really strategic about going to all these events, not to see Paul Medina there, but to see an adult student there. Like, it is no surprise I did that. I knew I only had one shot. When I'm on the Board of Governors, I knew it was going to go by fast. So I did everything to the best within my ability to be active. I know this sounds so ironic, but my biggest regret on the Board of Governors is not being active enough. A year ago, so if you notice, I was more active in this year compared to last year. Last year was tough. I was a student body president at Compton College. It is hard being a student body president, let alone serving on the Board of Governors, let alone obviously serving as a student trustee for Calbright, let alone at the same time, I was also my delegate, student senate for California Community Colleges delegate between Compton College and obviously the student senate. So I was just, juggling all that stuff. So it was really difficult. So my biggest regret is not being as active as I could have. But the past is the past. It's about moving forward. It's been a neat run. I started being active in all this statewide advocacy stuff back in 2021. I've got to see the leadership from Eloy Oakley to acting chancellor, Daisy Gonzalez, to then interim chancellor, to eventually, obviously, yours truly, Sonia Christian, which had the honor of sitting in this room in which we elected Sonia Christian to be the next leader of the California Community College system. It's been good. I truly appreciate everything. Most importantly, the great memories. And please don't forget me because I'll never forget.
I don't want to belabor us, but I forgot to thank another person. I think I wanted to thank Wendy and the staff down at faculty down at Santa Monica who hosted the reception after us, even though our time got truncated. But I really wanted to say I appreciate the effort. And it was nice to be around you guys, be with faculty in an informal environment. And I didn't want to go without saying it. It just, when I saw you, I thought, oh, should I need to say that? Thanks.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have our public forum. Is there any members of the public that wish to be heard?
Public forum is now open. President Costa, we have not received any in-person remarks and no hands are raised at this time.
Everyone, it's 4:15. With that, the business of the Board of Governors is completed and we are adjourned.